Chapter 131. Who? Who is he? Yi Xian. He's Yi Xian. I've seen his photo on a forum before. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone had a complicated look on their faces. They had never expected that Yi Xian, whom they had cursed for days, would appear at such a critical moment when the heavenly blade god was retreating. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of blood-red wolves stopped in their tracks. Their bodies were trembling. At that moment, all of them were prostrating on the ground as if they had seen an extremely terrifying existence. In the void, the blood-red wolf's pupils constricted. It stared at the figure in the distant sky. The terrifying ferocious aura around it was faintly showing signs of dissipating. Lord! Lord Heavenly Sovereign! The blood-red wolf growled. However, its language was not human language. It was a language unique to the Blood Sea battlefield. Other than Yi Xian, no one else could understand it. Then, a scene that shocked the world appeared. The ferocious beast horde was slowly retreating. The blood-red wolf was trembling in the void. Its thick limbs were trembling uncontrollably. When this scene appeared in front of everyone, an extremely strange atmosphere spread throughout the Xia kingdom. Anyone who was not an idiot could see that the blood-red wolf and the beast horde were clearly afraid of Yi Xian. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the people of the Xia kingdom would not have believed it. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Sovereign. The blood-red wolf knew that it could not escape. It also deeply understood how terrifying the person it was facing was. The undying Heavenly Sovereign was the supreme figure in the Blood Sea. More than 10 million creatures had died in his hands. The blood-red wolf was only an extremely weak existence in the Blood Sea battlefield. How could it dare to resist such a terrifying existence? Tens of thousands of blood wolves prostrated themselves on the ground. When this scene appeared in the eyes of the world, it immediately caused a huge uproar. How? How is this possible? Ba Dao exclaimed in shock. He's Mr. Yi. The middle-aged general said excitedly. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in the void. He looked indifferently at the blood-red wolf in front of him. An extremely obscure language came out of his mouth. How do you want to die? Emotionless six desires, heartless heaven and earth, this was the attitude of the undying Heavenly Lord. It also made the blood-colored Heavenly Wolf tremble slightly. It said, Heavenly Lord, please spare my life. I was only leading my men to hide in the northern prairie. It was a human who disturbed our peace, so I chased him for 10,000 miles until here. Obviously, the blood-red wolf was talking about Ba Dao. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't give the blood-red wolf a chance to explain. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. I can use the blood qi in your bodies to strengthen my cultivation. When Yi Xian's voice fell, the blood-red wolf's breath froze. Others might not know Yi Xian's temperament, but it was a creature from the Blood Sea battlefield. How could it not know about Yi Xian's terrifying methods? Roar! The heavenly wolf's aura changed drastically. Surging blood light covered its entire body as it roared toward the sky. At this point, even if it begged for mercy, it would be useless. This caused a tyrannical intent to rise in its heart. Flee! Yes, flee! Although the blood-red wolf was a mutated beast, it didn't lack the intelligence of a human. It knew that it was no match for Yi Xian, so why would it risk its life to fight Yi Xian? The void trembled and the air exploded. The blood-red wolf stepped on the void and turned into a streak of blood light, fleeing into the distance in a sorry state. It didn't even look at its subordinates. Do you think you can escape? A cruel smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. His sword fingers streaked across the sky, and a terrifying blood light condensed in the void. A 300-meter-long blood-red celestial sword formed in the sky. Slash! It was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. When Yi Xian's sword fingers streaked across the void, the blood-red celestial sword shot out. It seemed to break through the barrier of space and suddenly appeared above the blood-red wolf's head. Rumble. The celestial sword fell and killed everything. The terrifying blood-red celestial sword instantly cut the blood-red wolf in two. However, it wasn't over yet. Under the horrified gazes of the people, the blood-red celestial sword turned into sword chi that filled the sky and directly shredded the blood-red wolf into a large amount of blood mist. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian seemed to have turned into a blood-red vortex and devoured all the blood mist. Rumble. The blood-red light was misty and covered the sky. An extremely terrifying fluctuation rose around Yi Xian. His face alternated between red and pale. It was obvious that he was refining the majestic blood qi in his body. Huff. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and there was an explosion in the void. How I miss this feeling. Yi Xian stretched out his arms and had an intoxicated look on his face. It was obvious that devouring the blood qi was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. It's not Yi Xian's habit to waste food that's delivered to my doorstep, Yi Xian muttered to himself. There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes as he looked at the blood-red wolf. Rumble. Yi Xian struck out with his palm and sword qi that filled the sky rained down as if it was raining cats and dogs. It showed the world what a true expert was like. Roar. Tens of thousands of blood-red wolves fled in all directions. They were howling miserably and no longer had the ferocity they had when they slaughtered humans. Under the merciless rain of blood, their bodies were pierced and turned into a large amount of blood qi that was absorbed by Yi Xian's body to increase his cultivation. Everything was silent and the world was silent. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps a minute, or perhaps an hour, when there were no longer any traces of the blood wolves on the ground, the surviving soldiers gradually woke up and let out cheers of joy. Below the sky, in the void, Yi Xian stepped down from the sky, causing the survivors to be in awe. As for the citizens of Xia who were watching the disaster live on television, they were even more emotional and did not know what to say. Yi Xian, since your cultivation is so high, why didn't you appear earlier and eliminate all these strange beasts? Instead, you let so many of our soldiers die in vain. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Ba Dao's face was flushed red as he questioned Yi Xian loudly. When Ba Dao said such harsh words, the survivors were stunned. Although they looked down on Ba Dao, what he said was the truth. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was cold and he had no intention of explaining. He only looked around indifferently and said in a calm voice, "This is a catastrophe for mankind. Whether you can survive it or not depends on you. Remember, I can help you once, but I might not be able to help you a second time." After saying this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he directly looked at Ba Dao. This caused Ba Dao's expression to change, and all the hair on his body stood on end. His feet unconsciously retreated. "You. What are you doing?" Buzz. Before Ba Dao could react, Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly sucked Ba Dao in front of him. "You little ant, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Yi Xian said eerily. "Die." Bang. Before Ba Dao's horrified eyes, a blood-red light enveloped him. The absolute Sky Blade God did not even have time to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist. He no longer existed in this world. Good death. Someone clapped and cheered. Following that, a large number of voices echoed. Suddenly, before the soldiers could express their gratitude to Yi Xian's calm face suddenly turned cold. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Then, he looked eerily into the depths of the sky. When he took a step forward, he mysteriously disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 132. The world was in an uproar as discussions broke out. The beast tide had touched everyone's hearts. The soldiers who survived the battle could return home, and the dead would be listed as heroes for future generations to remember. The Supreme Court of the state of Xia determined that the Martial Dao Heavenly Sanctum was guilty of treason. Their leader, Ba Dao, had been executed, and the rest of the Martial Dao Heavenly Sanctum were all punished for treason. In an instant, the Martial Dao Heavenly Sanctum was cursed by everyone. Their branches across the country were closed down by the Hanging Mirror Department, and a large number of warriors left the Martial Dao Heavenly Sanctum. The 7 deputy sanctum heads seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. A transcendent power that had just risen had disappeared under the thunderous blow of the state of Xia. This also sounded the alarm for many other transcendent powers in the state of Xia. And this was not the end. The warriors and ability users who had retreated from the Beast Tide were all captured by the Martial Security Department and sentenced to death. When everything was over and the state of Xia was slightly more peaceful, everyone's attention was focused on one person. Yi Xian. It was a simple name, but it was well known by everyone. Without his appearance, perhaps the entire population of the capital would have been massacred by the Beast Tide. The public's opinion changed. The curses directed at Yi Xian turned into guilt. All the major forums on the internet and major television news channels issued apologies to Yi Xian. All the major ancient martial arts clans and transcendent powers stepped through the doors of the Yi family, wanting to invite Yi Xian to attend some events. They even lowered their statuses to the extreme. However, while they were searching for Yi Xian seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, never appearing in front of the world again. The Martial Security Department, the Hanging Mirror Department, and the state of Xia's military were not the only forces looking for Yi Xian. Jixia College, the Monster Exterminating League. Even the overseas forces were investigating Yi Xian's whereabouts. However, to their disappointment, after 3 months, Yi Xian did not appear in the eyes of the world. The sky was high, the clouds were light, and the wind was howling. A streak of light tore through the clouds. The terrifying shockwave exploded, but it did not affect Yi Xian at all. His eyes were gloomy and cold, and his face alternated between red and pale. He was shooting towards the south at an unimaginable speed. Rumble. Thunder rumbled while the might of the heavens and the earth pressed down. In the depths of the vast sky, a strand of azure blue lightning was faintly discernible, and it seemed to be chasing after Yi Xian's figure without dispersing from the beginning until now. Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. For simple words, but they carried an extremely terrifying meaning. When Yi Xian devoured the qi and blood of tens of thousands of blood fiends and consolidated his cultivation at the middle stage of the Crossing Calamity stage, this was originally a trivial matter. However, under the throbbing of his heart, a sense of restlessness appeared in his heart. Yi Xian knew that his lightning tribulation had arrived. This was also the reason why he had left the capital so quickly. The Crossing Calamity stage, as the name implied, was a tribulation for immortal cultivators. In this stage, there were a total of 2 lightning tribulations. The first one was the human tribulation, which was the process of transforming a human into an immortal. Stepping into the middle stage of the Crossing Calamity stage would lead to the human tribulation. If one could pass it, one would become a half-immortal. If not, one would die and not even have the chance to be reincarnated. As for the later immortal tribulation, it was even more terrifying. It was the process of transforming a mortal into an immortal. Yi Xian was originally at the early stage of the Crossing Calamity stage. After refining the 6 Tao principles in Yama Hell, he stepped into the middle stage of the Crossing Calamity stage. The so-called human tribulation was about to arrive, and Yi Xian was well aware of it. After devouring the qi and blood of the blood fiends, he stabilized his cultivation at the middle stage of the Crossing Calamity stage. This also made the heavens and the earth feel it and sent the first tribulation to him. Yi Xian was not afraid of the so-called human tribulation. With his mastery of the forbidden chapter of the immortal scripture, the so-called human tribulation was just a trivial matter in his eyes. What really worried Yi Xian was the inner demon tribulation. If the inner demon tribulation attacked him while he was fighting against the human tribulation, he would suffer an extremely cruel test. It was easy to pass the immortal tribulation, but it was difficult to escape from the human heart. These simple words were as heavy as a mountain. It also explained the rugged road of immortal cultivators. Immortal cultivators cultivated their fate and went against the heavens. They understood the heart of the heavens and the Tao of the heavens and the earth. They were not tainted by the mortal world and rarely touched by killing. This did not mean that they had no desires, but they were afraid of being tainted by the karma of killing and attracting the inner demon tribulation. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the inner demon tribulation was. As for Yi Xian's cultivation, it was obtained from devouring blood energy. It was unknown how many creatures had died in his hands, but his hands were already covered in blood. His body was filled with a vicious aura, and the resentment that those creatures emitted before they died continued to coil around his body. Yi Xian could be said to be a devil cultivator. Since ancient times, devil cultivators did not have a good ending. Most of them died in the inner demon tribulation. The boundless mountains were continuous and undulating. This was a desolate and uninhabited place. It was a primeval forest that had not been developed by humans. The vast vegetation was lush, and the sound of birds chirping and beasts roaring could be heard from time to time. It gave people a sense of horror. Under the sky, in the void. Yi Xian's expression changed. He knew that he could not go any further. The thunder calamity in the sky had locked onto him, and the boundless mountains below were undoubtedly the best place for him to cross the calamity. He turned into a stream of light and swooped down. Yi Xian's expression was solemn, and there was a trace of madness in his eyes. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, and his body was steaming with extreme bloody light. With him as the center, an extremely terrifying aura shot out in all directions. Rumble. The mountains shook, and the world exploded. When Yi Xian completely revealed his cultivation of the tribulation stage, the boundless sky gradually darkened, completely covering the boundless mountains. In the thick black clouds, there were thousands of thunderbolts raging. The calamity is coming. Like the thunder from the ninth heaven, like the waves of the vast sea, when Yi Xian spoke, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The nine-colored thundercloud shone brilliantly and floated in the sky. Crack! A bloody thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the world. With an unimaginable power, it struck toward Yi Xian. Heartbroken mountain, blood sea battlefield. Yuan Ling had his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep, as if he was looking into the distance through the blood sea battlefield. The strange black fog around him was fluctuating. No one knew what he was thinking. He is crossing the calamity. The blood sea overturned the sky, and the shadow took shape. A blood-colored shadow quietly appeared behind Yuan Ling. It is easy to cross the calamity of man, but it is difficult to escape from the inner demon. He reached the tribulation stage in 4 years, which is a heaven-defying feat. It is extremely difficult to cross this calamity, Yuan Ling said deeply. The heaven-destroying halberd has recognized him as its master, and he has the incomplete 6 Tao rules in his body. Can't he cross the inner demon calamity? The bloody shadow asked. The inner demon calamity has nothing to do with cultivation. It is an interrogation of one's soul. If he really has no desires and no emotions, he can cross this calamity. But you have to know, since the beginning of the world, who dares to say that they have no desires and no emotions? Even those who have become immortals in the earth immortal world dare not say that. Yuan Ling sighed. Chapter 133. Then, if he can't pass this tribulation, then you and I. The blood-red shadow said in horror. Don't worry, I have always been patient with him because the heaven-destroying halberd has recognized him as its master. Even if he can't pass this tribulation, with the heaven-destroying halberd by his side, it will definitely ensure that he doesn't die. If he fails to pass the tribulation and becomes a killing machine, it will save us a lot of planning and can also speed up our plan. Yuan Ling smiled. Listening to Yuan Ling's explanation, the blood-red shadow said, Yuan Ling, I have always felt uneasy about this boy. You should know that the heaven-destroying halberd is an ancient killing weapon. Since the creation of the world, it has only recognized one master. This boy is the second master. And he has even refined the 6 Tao precepts. Are you not afraid? Enough. When did you become so paranoid? Yuan Ling's aura was stifled, and then he said coldly, you should know that you and I are supreme figures who survived the ancient war. Our hands are stained with the blood of countless gods and Buddhas. He's only a tiny mortal. How can he defeat you and me? Yuan Ling, it is better to be safe than sorry. When the heaven-destroying halberd recognized him as its master, I felt that things were out of our control. You should know that there is an important scripture in the Immortal scripture. Although I don't know if this is true or not, but what if? The blood-red shadow stopped talking and his aura fluctuated. Impossible. The origin spirit's aura surged as it roared in a low voice, I've studied the undying immortal scripture for several tens of thousands of years, and there's no such scripture at all. Moreover, he's only a mortal. Could it be that his aptitude and comprehension are stronger than mine? Yuan Ling constantly forced himself to calm down, and his aura also gradually calmed down. Then, he said with slight fear, but you're right. It's better to be safe than sorry. It seems that we also have to make backup plans. In the vast mountains, the earth was collapsing. The 9-colored thunderclouds were turbulent in the sky and endless lightning struck down. The mountains were collapsing and the trees were turning into ashes. On the top of the mountain, a ball of blazing blood light was floating in the void and was constantly being bombarded by the lightning. Painful, very painful, very painful. This kind of pain didn't only affect Yi Xian's body, but also his soul. This was because this heavenly lightning tribulation wasn't a simple lightning tribulation. It contained the power of the heavens, and every time it struck, it would cause Yi Xian extreme pain. However, Yi Xian's cultivation was extremely profound. He wasn't afraid of this heavenly tribulation because he knew that this so-called heavenly tribulation couldn't harm him. Rumble. 9 days and 9 nights passed, and the power of the thunderbolts grew weaker and weaker until the 9-colored thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The number of thunderbolts striking down on Yi Xian also decreased. Clearly, this heavenly tribulation was about to pass, and Yi Xian's body was radiating an ethereal aura at this moment. Clearly, he was undergoing an indescribable transformation. The body of a half-immortal. That's right, the half-immortal body. This was an evolution in the level of life, and also the first step to turning a mortal into an immortal. Rumble. His blood and qi were like the sea, and his body was like glass. Yi Xian's face was filled with pain, and even his soul felt like it was being torn apart. However, he knew that he was developing in a good direction. As long as he could pass through this pain, he would be a big step closer to becoming an immortal in the mortal world. A month passed. The 9-colored thunderclouds in the sky disappeared, and Yi Xian's face was no longer filled with pain. His body was glowing. It was a kind of blood-red misty light, but there was a touch of immortal charm in it. Rumble. Golden lotuses fell from the sky, and sweet dew surged from the ground. The vegetation around Yi Xian had been destroyed, but in this vision of heaven and earth, it quickly bloomed with majestic vitality. The body of a half-immortal was formed. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, a faint immortal light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fingers into fists, and it seemed like he was going to crush the space in his hands. His body seemed to be made of glass, and people who looked at him didn't dare to feel blasphemous. This is the body of a half-immortal. Yi Xian murmured to himself, and a touch of excitement flashed in his eyes. He could feel that although he was still in the tribulation realm, the world in front of him was obviously different. This feeling was indescribable, but it gave Yi Xian the illusion that he wanted to break open this world. It was as if he could break this world, he would step into a mysterious and unknown world. Yi Xian kept calming himself down, and suppressed this uncontrollable emotion. After a dozen breaths, his fluctuating mind gradually calmed down. The tribulation of the inner demon didn't come. Yi Xian was slightly confused, and he murmured to himself. Buzz. All of a sudden, golden lotuses filled the sky, and immortal light shone. While Yi Xian was deep in thought, a 10,000-foot immortal gate slowly appeared in the sky, and a faint immortal sound came from all directions. Such a scene stunned Yi Xian, and then he looked gloomily at the 10,000-foot immortal gate in the sky. Rumble. The 10,000-foot immortal gate slowly opened, and a huge amount of immortal qi spread out from the gate. A ray of Tongtian golden light spread out, and it enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian, 20 years old, and after 5 years of cultivation, you are qualified to be the fire sex side deity. Now that the immortal gate is opened for you, Yi Xian, hurry up and enter. It was vast and majestic. A voice came from the 10,000-foot immortal gate, and Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and his face became gloomier. Who are you? Yi Xian stood in the void, and his voice was strange and inexplicable. How dare you? I am the Thunder Sex righteous God, and I am here to welcome you into the Earth Immortal realm. Hurry up and enter. Thunder rumbled from the immortal gate, and millions of lightning flashed in the sky. Thunder Sex righteous God. Yi Xian said eerily. He looked around at the world, as if he wanted to see through all illusions and see the essence of things. This world was very real, so real that Yi Xian felt like he was about to ascend. It was as if as long as he entered the immortal gate, he could immediately become an immortal. Become an immortal. This was what Yi Xian had been thinking about day and night, and it was a desire that was buried deep in his heart. However, Yi Xian knew very well that he had not reached that step yet. The scene in front of him now was simply impossible. Moreover, Yi Xian was very calm, very calm. This was because the world he was in was at the end of the world, and it was called the Heaven and Earth Prison by the Earth Immortal realm. How could the immortal gate be opened in this world? What a realistic scene. Is this the inner demon tribulation? Yi Xian knew that he had unknowingly fallen into the inner demon tribulation. Everything that he was seeing now was just an illusion of the inner demon tribulation. There was a trace of madness in Yi Xian's eyes, but there was also a touch of enthusiasm, and there was no fear in his eyes. The great tribulation of the inner demon was silent and didn't seem to have the slightest bit of power. However, Yi Xian knew that this kind of calamity was the most terrifying thing. Chapter 134. When the heavens and earth were created, all living things were born. All living things had emotions and desires. Even Daoyuo Jingxian, who was beyond the heavens and earth and was not part of the 5 elements, was no exception. For all living things, as long as they had desires, they would produce inner demons. And now, Yi Xian was experiencing the great inner demon tribulation. It was a desire that was born from the depths of his heart. Rumble. The heavens and earth exploded. 6 paths of reincarnation. The blood-red light around Yi Xian disappeared, and the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation surrounded him. Facing his own great inner demon tribulation, Yi Xian's face was filled with venom. His voice shook the heavens. The so-called inner demon is just a desire born from my own body. Let me, Yi Xian, see what this great inner demon tribulation can do to me. Yi Xian swung his arms and punched out. The 6 paths of law turned into fist radiance and blasted towards the immortal door. It caused the endless void to collapse violently. It was a terrifying scene. The 6 paths of reincarnation buried all living things and used it to overcome the great inner demon tribulation. This was very suitable for Yi Xian. Bam! The immortal door exploded, and a loud sound filled the sky. Before Yi Xian could react, the heavens and earth suddenly changed. When Yi Xian saw his surroundings clearly, he was completely stunned and speechless. In the vast firmament, in the endless void, immortal cranes were soaring, and fairies were singing. Immortal palaces were floating in the immortal clouds. The blazing immortal light illuminated the past and present. Rumbling purple clouds rose from the east, forming a 30,000-mile purple cloud bridge that led to the 9 heavens. Above the 9 heavens, a vast and boundless heavenly palace, as if it had been standing here since ancient times. 99,999 white jade steps led to the vast heavenly palace. The white jade steps rippled with immortal light, and misty immortal chi rose from them. In the vast heavenly palace, on the celestial emperor's throne, Yi Xian was wearing the celestial emperor's battle robe. The dark gold celestial emperor's battle robe was noble and majestic. He sat there with the celestial emperor's sword in his hand. Below him, countless immortals and gods knelt and kowtowed. We pay our respects to the heavenly emperor. The heavens trembled as celestial light filled the sky. When this scene appeared before Yi Xian's eyes, he clenched his fists tightly and his face flushed red. Above the 9 heavens, overlooking all living beings. Wasn't this what Yi Xian wanted the most? At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were tightly shut as he took deep breaths. The sounds of worship in his ears caused his body to tremble. Immortals and gods bowing their heads, standing tall in the 9 heavens. This feeling is truly wonderful. After around a dozen breaths of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the prostrating immortals and gods below. A wisp of intoxication flashed through his eyes as he imprinted this scene deeply into his mind. However, a fake is still a fake. One day, I, Yi Xian, will truly rule over the 9 heavens and look down on all living beings. I will also recreate this scene. Crack. The heavenly emperor's sword broke into 2 and was casually thrown to the ground by Yi Xian. He tore apart the heavenly emperor's battle robe on his body and swung his fist with incomparable confidence towards the immortals and gods in the 9 heavens. Rumble. The illusion shattered and heaven and earth turned upside down. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, he was already in an extremely terrifying and strange place. The world was dark and the souls of the dead were wailing. A long river of blood flowed from the east to the west. In this endless sea of blood, miserable white bones bobbed up and down in the sea of blood. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits emerged and howled at Yi Xian. Kakik. Thousands of vengeful spirits and malicious spirits surrounded Yi Xian. Their eyes were sinister and sorrowful, and their mournful and unwilling howls made one's hair stand on end. Yi Xian, do you still remember me? A malicious spirit floated out and kept circling Yi Xian. His bulging eyes were terrifying and the blood on his face was dripping. Wasn't this Wu Jun who was killed by Yi Xian in Jiangnan City? Uncle. Uncle. Do you still remember me? A weak voice sounded out. A young child's eyes were bleeding, and his neck had long since been broken. He tilted his head and smiled sinisterly at Yi Xian. Isn't this the child from the Nangong family? Yi Xian. I died so miserably. Give me back my life. The Li siblings had their heads separated from their bodies as they walked towards Yi Xian with their heads in their hands. Their mournful and unwilling laughter caused one to feel an extreme sense of fear when they looked at them. Yi Xian. You killed my father and my daughter. I'm going to take you to hell. Gu Dingtian and his daughter were bleeding all over. They were walking towards Yi Xian with a bitter smile. Chilly wind blew and the dead spirits cried. The figures killed by Yi Xian kept appearing around him. These vengeful spirits and malicious spirits were either crying or laughing. Their pale hands were grabbing towards Yi Xian. Resentment filled the sky and the dead spirits came for his life. The sea of blood was surging and the world was crying. Yi Xian was in the middle of it. His face was expressionless as he quietly watched the numerous dead spirits coming for his life. The 6 desires are heartless and the world is heartless. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Even if I, Yi Xian, am sent to hell, I will still be the head of all ghosts and the lord of hell. The world exploded and everything was annihilated. Yi Xian's voice was cruel and malevolent. His entire body emitted a vicious aura that reached the heavens, and that extremely poisonous and tyrannical aura caused the endless sea of blood to churn. All of you, go to hell. Rumble. Yi Xian's entire body erupted with a demonic light that shot into the heavens. He punched out, directly shattering Wu Jun into pieces. When he slashed out with his sword finger, the Li siblings howled miserably. The Nangong family's child was directly crushed to death by him. Wherever Yi Xian passed, the vengeful spirits and malicious spirits howled miserably. The endless sea of blood surged. He seemed to have turned into a sea of blood butcher. Wherever he passed, he would cause endless slaughter. Killing one is a sin. Killing 10,000 is a hero. Killing 9 million is a hero among heroes. Yi Xian roared violently. When he punched out, the Tongtian demonic fist seemed to have shattered the ancient and modern world. Countless vengeful spirits and malicious spirits howled miserably and trembled. They were all annihilated by his fist radiance. Rumble. The sea of blood was shattering and the world was shaking. The so-called heart demon illusory realm was cracking like a spider web as if it would break into pieces at any time. A mere heart demon illusory realm. How can these demons and monsters hurt me? Yi Xian's voice was domineering. His unbridled aura filled the world. When he took a step out, he had already walked out of the blood sea illusory realm. The blood-colored river behind him exploded and disappeared without a trace. Bang bang bang, 6 explosions sounded and the door appeared. The 6 paths of reincarnation door rotated slowly behind Yi Xian. It was as if 6 great stars were rotating. It rippled with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. This was Yi Xian's law and Tao. He wanted to rely on the 6 paths of law to break through the heart demon illusory realm. Wine. Time seemed to be reversing and space seemed to be hanging upside down. The world where Yi Xian was rumbling and rotating. After an unknown amount of time, a scene appeared in front of Yi Xian. This made his expression instantly turn gloomy. A look of dread flashed across his eyes. In a simple and unadorned courtyard, there was a child's laughter and a loving face. The fragrance that assaulted his senses was unbearable. That touch of warmth kept attacking Yi Xian. Chapter 135. Everyone had their fears. Everyone would more or less feel uneasy about certain things. Even Yi Xian was no exception. Yi Xian believed that he could kill for thousands of years and was not afraid to fight against the 9 heavens alone. Even if he had to fight against heaven and earth, he would not back down. However, the scene in front of him made Yi Xian's heart tremble. He did not know how to face it. Loving mother, little sister, brother. The 3 of them were very lifelike. They were smiling at Yi Xian in a courtyard. Yi Xian's eyes were a little dazed. In the depths of his memory, this courtyard was where he used to live. He was only 5 years old then. It was so long ago that Yi Xian felt like he was dreaming. This dream had never woken up. It was as if it had brought him back to that pure and innocent era. From the desire to become an immortal, to the power of the celestial emperor, to the vengeful spirits demanding his life, all kinds of inner demons were destroyed by Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian's heart was like a boulder. He was not moved by external things at all. Finally, the inner demons produced the most terrible thing. That was the kinship that Yi Xian had always been attached to. Yi Xian knew that kinship was a kind of warmth and a kind of dependence to him. However, it was also this kind of kinship that tied him down and made him stay in this world. It was even more restrained. How could Yi Xian not know that if he severed his kinship and pursued the Tongtian Great Way wholeheartedly, he might have already ascended to the Earth Immortal realm and become a legendary immortal? However, Yi Xian was a human with flesh and blood. Although he was vicious and ruthless to his enemies, his actions were only to pursue what he wanted in his heart. Two choices were finally placed in front of Yi Xian. Either he killed his loved ones and set foot on the Tongtian Great Way, or he sank into the sea of bitterness, never to be reincarnated. In this life, people had to make many choices. Often, some choices would change a person's life. The choice that Yi Xian was facing now might be the most critical turning point in his life. To kill or not to kill? Yi Xian raised his trembling fists and the 6 doors behind him began to rotate. Looking at Mother Ye's kind smile, Yi Xian's face turned pale and he couldn't bring himself to do it. "Xianer, look at how dirty your clothes are. Did you get into a fight with someone again?" Yi Xian's mother asked kindly. Although she was blaming Yi Xian, her eyes were filled with love. At this moment, Yi Xian's arms drooped down. His eyes were dazed and his body glowed. He turned into a 5-year-old child and let Mama Yi tidy up his clothes in a daze. "Big brother. Hurry up and eat. Ma. Mama made your favorite braised carp." Yi Ling was at the age where she was just learning to walk. She was pulling Yi Xian's arm and constantly shaking it. "Mommy, I'm so hungry." Yi Ping was only a 3-year-old child and he was bawling loudly at the dining table. Such a scene made Yi Xian's heart palpitate because it was the deepest memory in his mind. Even if he died, Yi Xian couldn't forget it. Because this year was the year when they were chased out of the Yi family and settled down in Jiangnan. Okay, let's eat. Let's eat, Yi Xian muttered to himself, completely immersed in his mental demons. He turned into a 5-year-old child and under Mama Ye's lead, the family finally sat down at the dining table and had their first reunion meal. "Brother, this fish is for you." Yi Ling picked up the fish in her bowl and gave it to Yi Xian, her tender face full of joy. "Brother, I want to eat the fish head." It was Yi Ping's voice. "Xianer, you have to eat more. When you grow up, you have to take good care of your younger siblings." Mama Yi smiled kindly. "Mother, I will definitely take good care of my younger siblings." The 5-year-old Yi Xian ate the fish in his bowl in big mouthfuls, his eyes full of warmth and gratitude. It was all because this scene had really happened to him before. Time sped up and the scene changed. In the kitchen, Mama Yi was carrying her children and eating the remaining fish bones on the plate. The 5-year-old Yi Xian secretly watched, his hands tightly clenched together. The wind and snow were intertwined and it was freezing cold. Yi Xian held the stolen fish bones tightly in his arms and was beaten viciously by the restaurant owner. When the restaurant owner left, Yi Xian was bruised all over and staggered back home. Today was Yi Xian's mother's birthday. When he sent the stolen fish bones to Mama Yi looked at Yi Xian's bruised body and sobbed, hugging Yi Xian tightly in her arms. Time flew, and the years were like a song. Yi Xian was completely immersed in his inner demon's illusion as he relived what had happened all those years ago. Just like that, year after year passed. When Yi Xian was 10 years old, he shielded Yi Ling tightly under his body and allowed the many bad students to beat him up. "Brother, will you protect Ling forever?" Yi Ling asked feebly. "Yes, as long as I'm around, I won't let anyone bully you," the 10-year-old Yi Xian said firmly. In autumn, the 2 brothers sat on a haystack. "Brother, I swear to the heavens that one day, I will become a superior person and let Mother, Ling, and you live a prosperous life. I, Yi Xian's younger brother, was born extraordinary. As long as I'm alive, I will protect you for the rest of your life." The 2 brothers swore to the heavens on the haystack. The scene sped up and time passed. Yi Xian met his first love when he was 12 years old. Xia Qingzhu, who was dressed in white, was smiling faintly at Yi Xian like a fairy in the wind. "Brother Yi Xian, will you marry Qingzhu when you grow up?" the young girl asked shyly while shaking the young man's arm. "As long as you don't leave me, I, Yi Xian, will definitely marry you," the young man confessed loudly. Kinship and ignorant love made Yi Xian sink into oblivion. He had already completely integrated into this world, and it was as if he had returned to that distant era. The year Yi Xian was 14 years old was the year he suffered from a terminal illness. However, in this mental demon's illusion, the terminal illness did not strike that year. Yi Xian grew up healthily, and his younger siblings did well in school. Xia Qingzhu was also by his side. A look of bewilderment flashed past Yi Xian's eyes. He felt that something was amiss, but in the warmth of kinship and love, that bit of doubt disappeared. Time passed little by little, and everything was progressing in a good direction. When Yi Xian was 18 years old, he was admitted to university. Xia Qingzhu was always by his side, and his younger siblings were admitted to a key high school. During university, with Xia Qingzhu's company, the two of them started a business with great difficulty. In just 3 years, they formed a business empire, and the group under their name entered the top 500 in the world. Several years passed, and Yi Xian's business was successful. He had a beautiful woman by his side, and his younger siblings had their own lovers. Yi Xian's mother was radiant, and there was no trace of decadence on her face. When Yi Xian was 25 years old, he finally welcomed his wedding. The Yi family congratulated him, and the Xia family married off their daughter. In the world's most luxurious hotel, under the gaze of many friends and family, Yi Xian and Xia Qingzhu married. Chapter 136. The smile of a loving mother, the congratulations of his younger brother and sister, wasn't all of this what Yi Xian once wanted? On their wedding night, Xia Qingzhu lowered her head shyly. When the red candlelight was extinguished by Yi Xian, the wedding room was filled with boundless spring. A year passed. In the hospital's delivery room, Xia Qingzhu's painful wails could be heard. With the sound of a baby crying, Yi Xian, accompanied by Mama Yi and the others, rushed into the delivery room excitedly. "Mr. Yi, congratulations. It's a boy." The doctor congratulated him and handed the baby to Yi Xian. My son." Yi Xian, who was a father for the first time, was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He took the baby in a hurry, his face full of happiness. "Hubby," Xia Qingzhu said weakly. Yi Xian carried the baby and walked quickly to his wife. He was as happy as a child and said, "Qingzhu, look. This is our child." Xia Qingzhu snuggled in Yi Xian's arms and was full of happiness. She said, "Hubby, this is our child. Let's call him Yi Shaoxian." Yi Shaoxian. Yi Xian murmured to himself, then quickly nodded and said, Okay. Let's call him Yi Shaoxian." Time flew by like a white steed passing a crack. The days passed. Yi Xian's mother was happy to coax her grandson every day. Yi Xian's career was thriving. His wife was dignified and virtuous. She took care of the family in an orderly manner. His younger brother and sister were also married. Yi Xian was unable to extricate himself. Yi Xian was 50 years old. His hair was already gray. His son had also grown up and had his own lover. Yi Xian's mother was old. His younger brother and sister also had their own children. The once poor family finally had children. This life was peaceful and happy. Yi Xian was 60 years old. His hair was already white, and his wrinkled face was like the dried bark of an old tree. It was proof that he had entered his later years. That year, Yi Xian finally had a grandson. However, it was also that year that a serious illness struck, causing Yi Xian to be bedridden. In a luxurious villa. Yi Xian's eyes were lifeless, and he couldn't even move his body. His entire body was wrapped in medical tubes, and an oxygen mask was placed over his mouth to provide him with a large amount of oxygen to sustain his dying life. By his side, there was the old mother Yi, the younger brother and sister he wanted to protect for the rest of his life, and the wife and children he loved the most in his life. The house was filled with children and grandchildren. They were sobbing and crying. A sorrowful mood was spreading in the villa. "Grandpa, don't leave Xian." A little girl held on to Yi Xian's aged hand as she sobbed. "Dad, don't worry. I've already found the best doctors. They're on their way," Yi Xian said with a sorrowful expression. "Xian, you won't die." Yi Xiaoshuan's mother's eyes were filled with tears. "Brother." Yi Ling and her brother were both sobbing. "Hubby, how can you be so cruel? Are you going to abandon Qingzhu?" Xia Qingzhu cried sadly. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were cloudy. He looked at his family in a daze, and he kept recalling his life. He married and had children. He was filial to his parents and took care of his younger brother and sister. When he was on his deathbed, he had children and grandchildren by his side. Logically speaking, his life should have been perfect. However, Yi Xian didn't know why, but there was a hint of unwillingness in his heart. He felt that he had lost something very important. This thing was very important to him. It was as if it had already disappeared when he was 14 years old. Yi Xian tried his best to think about what he had lost. However, as his heartbeat became weaker and weaker, he still couldn't remember what he had lost. It was difficult to breathe, and his heart was failing. Yi Xian's body was emitting an aura of death. His body was gradually turning cold, and his eyes were starting to lose focus. It wouldn't be long before he passed away. At this moment, the loved ones surrounding Yi Xian no longer had grief on their faces. They actually had a strange smile on their faces as they looked at Yi Xian with eyes that had a trace of blood in them. "Am I going to die?" Yi Xian kept asking himself as he lay on his deathbed. "Yes, I'm really going to die. I've lived a life of glory and wealth. I should be satisfied. But, why, my heart is telling me I can't die yet. I've lost something very important to me. Me? What did I lose? Ah!" Yi Xian felt as if his brain was being pricked by needles. He howled in pain, but he endured the pain and tried his best to recall his life. Who am I? Who am I? Is the person lying on the sickbed really me? No, he's not me. No, he's really me. Yi Xian howled in pain as if he was babbling nonsense. However, his body was emitting a terrifying demonic light, and the space around him was exploding violently. This scene caused Yi Xian's family members to change their expressions. Their eyes were sinister, but they were also extremely flustered. It was as if the situation was out of their control. "Xian, don't worry and go. I'm very satisfied to have a son like you. Brother, don't worry. Second brother and I will take care of your children and grandchildren. Even if you pass away, we'll treat them like our own. Hubby, after you pass away, Qingzhu will come to accompany you. We'll still be husband and wife in our next life." All sorts of warm words were heard, but it only made the demonic light around Yi Xian even more terrifying. Rumble. The sky exploded, and the world collapsed. A beam of demonic light seemed to shatter the ancient world, and it seemed to break through the barriers of time and space. Buzz. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His wrinkled skin stretched, and his pale hair turned black. His body, which seemed to be made of glass, was emitting a light that had never been seen before. Who am I? I'm Yi Xian. I'm the undying heavenly sovereign. I'm the man who will ascend the 9 heavens and look down on all living things. The void collapsed, and the world exploded. Yi Xian roared at the sky. The demonic light of the Tongtian bloomed around him. His hair fluttered, and he seemed to have gone mad. How is this possible? Mama Ye's face was pale. She screamed, but her voice was extremely ear-piercing. This world is so real. It's so real that I almost died in this mental demon tribulation. Yi Xian's eyes drooped, and his body was trembling. Just a little bit, just a little bit. If not for Yi Xian's final radiance, he would have died in this mental demon illusion. Kakik. All of a sudden. Mama Yi laughed eerily, and the rest of his relatives looked sinister. A cold voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian, so what if you've woken up? Your heart tells us that you can't break through the mental demon illusion we created. Your greatest weakness is your shackles to your family. If you want to leave this place, you have to kill your family with your own hands. But can you do it? Chapter 137. He. The heavenly demons danced wildly and made strange noises. This also made Yi Xian's face extremely sullen. A fake is still a fake. Today, Yi Xian will sever all emotions and desires and kill all of you one by one. Heaven-destroying halberd. Rumble. The void was shaking and the world was exploding. Yi Xian's glabella glowed and a 3-inch blood halberd shot out from his glabella. The 3-inch blood halberd expanded in the wind and was directly held in Yi Xian's hand. The blood-red halberd and ancient patterns on the body of the halberd were emitting an unprecedented evil aura. First kill my wife, then kill my son. The roar shattered the mountains and rivers and shook the earth. Yi Xian's face was emotionless and cold. When the halberd blasted out, Xie Qingzhu and Yi Shaoxian were directly killed on the spot. You killed my sister-in-law and my entire family. The blood-red halberd was cold and terrifying. When it blasted out, it killed all of them. Yi Ling, Yi Ping, and all the children and grandchildren in the mental demon illusion were all smashed into pieces by Yi Xian's merciless halberd. Boom boom boom. The void shattered and the sound of explosions rang out. Yi Xian seemed to have gone mad, but his body and soul were trembling because the mental demon illusion was too real. Everything that Yi Xian experienced was deeply engraved in his mind. Every time he killed someone, his heart seemed to be dripping blood. Everything was silent and the world was silent. A benevolent face, a pair of sorrowful eyes. Mother Yi smiled sadly and said, Xian, kill me. This way, you can truly walk out of your heart's demon illusion and pursue what you want in your heart. Clang. Looking at Mother Ye's benevolent face and hearing her sad words, Yi Xian's body trembled. The heaven-destroying halberd in his hand fell to the ground with a loud bang. Yi Xian knew that the Mother Yi in front of him was fake and was also formed by the mental demon. He only had to wave the halberd and he could completely escape from the mental demon tribulation. However, this was a choice, an extremely heartless choice. If Yi Xian really slashed with the halberd, it meant that Yi Xian could also do the same to Mother Yi in reality. However, how could Yi Xian do such a heartless thing? The reason why the mental demon illusion was so feared by immortal cultivators was that it could reflect reality and force a person into a dead end. Now that Yi Xian couldn't get past himself, that was the most terrifying part. Mental demon illusion. Xian, do you still remember? When you were young, I carried you on my back and walked for a full 10 miles because of a bad cold. Only then did I send you to the hospital. That year, it was windy and snowy. That year, my hands and feet were covered in blisters, but I worked hard to raise enough money for your medical fees. I hoped that you could grow up healthily. Don't say any more. The Mother Yi that was formed by the mental demon made a sorrowful voice. It also made Yi Xian's face go crazy. He clutched his head and screamed loudly. Obviously, he was forced to live by the choice in front of him. Rumble. Suddenly, the heaven-punishing halberd was undergoing a great change throughout the eons of time. Buzz! The blood-red halberd floated into Yi Xian's hand. Before Yi Xian could react, a thick demonic light enveloped Yi Xian's body. Kill! A cold voice sounded out from the heaven-punishing halberd, causing Yi Xian to feel as if he'd been bewitched. The black pupils in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his eyeballs actually turned deathly white. Emotionless and without desire, killing the world. Rumble! Yi Xian struck out with his halberd. The mother Yi that was formed by the mental demon suddenly exploded and disappeared without a trace. The world cracked like a spider web. With a loud explosion, Yi Xian finally walked out of the mental demon illusion. The world was clear and bright, with green mountains and clear waters. On the peak of the mountain, the vegetation was lush and green. A cool breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of grass. Yi Xian knelt on the ground. His deathly white eyeballs gradually returned to their black color, and the strange devilish light around him also dissipated. The heavenly punishing halberd turned into a black light and once again fused into the center of his brows. What did I do? Yi Xian asked with a trembling voice. He stared fixedly at his hands as a sense of guilt that seeped into his bones continuously grew in his body and mind. It made him feel so painful that he couldn't breathe. Just now, he seemed to have been injected with some kind of terrifying power. He became emotionless and ruthless and killed the mother Yi that was formed by the mental demon. But when he regained his consciousness, the heart-wrenching pain made Yi Xian feel so guilty that he wanted to roar out loud. The mental demon was easy to overcome, but the human heart was hard to escape. Even though Yi Xian had passed through this great tribulation of his inner demons, cultivated a half-immortal body, and was invincible in this world, he couldn't pass through this trial. Yi Xian's hair was messed up. He roared to the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. He roared as if he had gone mad. This roar seemed to be asking the heavens why they did this to him. Rumble! The sky exploded and the earth shook. When Yi Xian fell into madness, the power in his body completely erupted. The terrifying power shot out in all directions. Bang! 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 The mountains exploded and the earth collapsed. The endless void was annihilated and restored. The vegetation in the forest turned into ashes. The shrill and crazy roar caused the birds and beasts in the forest to explode into a bloody mist. The scene was like the end of the world. Boom! All of a sudden, Yi Xian's aura went crazy. He rushed into the clouds as if he had gone mad. He completely disappeared from the mountain peak, leaving behind the vast mountains that had been destroyed. It was as if they had been bombed by a nuclear bomb. In the vast world, thousands of miles of clouds. Yi Xian was like a blood-colored meteor as he moved about in the sky. The clouds were exploding, and the void was exploding. That unparalleled power rippled in all directions, causing people to feel an extreme sense of fear when they looked at him. Chi! Suddenly, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He stretched out his arms and allowed his body to fall to the ground. Yi Xian was tired. He was really tired. This had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was a mental fatigue. He just wanted to have a good sleep. When he woke up, he wondered if he would be able to wake up from the sorrow in his heart. Eastern Sea. The sky and water were the same color. The blue waves rippled and the sea was clear. A huge wave came crashing, causing a fishing boat to rise and fall in the sea. It was as if it would be swallowed by the waves at any time. Sis! Quick! Look! There's someone in the sea. There was a young man with copper skin, but there was a hint of delicateness between his brows. He was dressed in simple clothes, and he was shouting at a woman with a panicked expression. Beichen, don't joke around. With such a huge wave, if a person was in the sea, he would have sunk to the bottom and been eaten by the fish. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old. She frowned and reprimanded the young man. "Sis, I'm not lying to you. Come and take a look." As the young man's anxious voice sounded, the woman's expression changed. She quickly came to her little brother's side and looked at the sea. The waves rose and fell, and the sea was blue. A slender figure was floating in the sea. His messy hair covered his face, making it impossible to see what he looked like. "Quick, save him." Looking at this scene, the woman said anxiously. Chapter 138. The siblings skillfully cast the fishing net, and after a laborious effort, they finally rescued the person. "Little brother, quick, check if he's still breathing." The youth did not dare to delay and hurriedly tested the person's breathing. When he found that the person was still alive, he let out an excited cry. "Sister, he's not dead yet." Boom! Boom! The fishing boat's engine roared as the youth steered the fishing boat back. In the cabin, a cotton blanket covered Yi Xian's body, and a heater was placed beside him, making the small space very warm. Arg! Suddenly, a roar was heard. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His face was twisted and ferocious. As if he had gone mad, he kicked the heater beside him to the ground, and the wooden bed beneath him was smashed into pieces. An extremely crazy aura was released from his body, as if he had just had a terrible nightmare. Creak! The cabin door was pushed open. Seeing the scene in front of her, the woman's face turned pale, but she still quickly walked over and gently hugged Yi Xian. She comforted him gently, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's all in the past. It's all in the past." As the woman comforted him gently, Yi Xian's body stiffened. His ferocious and terrifying expression was also slightly sluggish. His eyes gradually focused, and he finally saw the appearance of the girl in front of him. She had a simple ponytail, clear eyes, and wheat-colored skin. It was obvious that she had drifted on the sea for many years and was exposed to the sun. The girl was not very beautiful, and there was a fishy smell on her body, but she gave off a refreshing and sunny feeling. "Who are you?" Yi Xian was not used to being hugged by a girl. He slowly pushed the girl away and looked at her with a slightly gloomy gaze. "Hello, I'm Gu Xiaoxiao. What's your name?" Simple and generous, but not lacking in etiquette. Gu Xiaoxiao smiled, and it was as if her smile lit up the dark cabin. Gu Xiaoxiao extended her right hand toward Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's expression froze, and he stared deeply at her. After several breaths of time, Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face, but he still stretched out his right hand and grasped Gu Xiaoxiao's hand. The girl's hands were rough, and there were many calluses on her palms. Clearly, this was the result of years of work. This was what Yi Xian felt. "Hey, you haven't told me your name yet." With Yi Xian holding her hand, Gu Xiaoxiao did not show the bashfulness of other women. Instead, she spoke in a natural and unrestrained manner. Letting go of the girl's hand, Yi Xian's black hair covered his face. His voice was slightly low as he said, "I don't have a name." "You're lying. Everyone has a name. Why don't you have one?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked. "Sister, he's awake." Unknowingly, a young man had entered the cabin. "He's my younger brother, Gu Beichen. We were fishing at sea today, but we found you drifting in the sea, so we saved you." Gu Xiaoxiao introduced her younger brother as she recounted the process of saving Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not say anything from the beginning to the end. This caused the siblings to mistakenly think that Yi Xian was still in shock and had not recovered from the shock. "Sister, he's like a block of wood." The young man, Gu Beichen, said softly. "Don't talk nonsense. It's not good if others hear you." Gu Xiaoxiao reprimanded softly. The fishing boat was on its way back. After several hours of sailing, they finally returned to the mainland. As the fishing boat docked, the siblings and Yi Xian finally stepped onto the dock. In front of the dock, Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xian, who was still silent. She could only shake her head helplessly and say, "We can only send you here. Hurry home." "Aya, sister, don't bother about him. We've already done our best. Let's hurry home and eat." The young man, Gu Beichen, pulled his sister and walked away. However, Yi Xian did not move at all from the beginning to the end. "Where is my home?" In front of the dock, Yi Xian looked into the distance. His eyes were lost, and his voice was extremely bitter. Although Yi Xian had survived this mental demon tribulation safely and even attained a half-immortal body, he would be able to become an immortal in the mortal world as long as he cultivated to the late stage of tribulation transcendence. Becoming an immortal. What a tempting word. This was also what Yi Xian had always hoped for. However, the current Yi Xian was at a loss. Could it be that for the sake of becoming an immortal, he could be so heartless as to kill all of his loved ones? Is the price of becoming an immortal the death of one's loved ones? Yi Xian muttered to himself. He could not understand and did not dare to think about it. Because he could not get over himself, he was still immersed in this sorrowful emotion. "Hey, why are you still here? Don't you want to go home?" Gu Xiaoxiao had returned at some point with a complicated expression on her face. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not reply. He was still immersed in his own thoughts. Perhaps when he found the answer in his heart, he would be able to free himself from this sorrowful state of mind. Looking at Yi Xian, who was as silent as a block of wood, Gu Beichen said unhappily, "Sister, I told you not to bother about him. You just had to come back. Look at how he's ignoring you. You still, all right, little brother, stop talking." Gu Xiaoxiao reprimanded. At this time, the sun was setting and the sky was gradually darkening. Looking at Yi Xian's unmoving silence, Gu Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly and said, "If you're willing, you can stay at my house for a night. Tomorrow, I'll send you to the hanging mirror department in town and help you contact your family. What do you think?" "Sister, are you crazy? How can you bring a stranger home?" The young man's expression changed. "All right, can't you see that his mental state is very abnormal? He might have lost his memory in this shipwreck. Since we've rescued him, are we going to leave him here and not care about him?" Gu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. She pulled Yi Xian's hand and walked into the distance. This made the young man smile helplessly and could only quickly follow the two of them. Because Little River Village was located on the coast of the East Sea, the villagers here had been fishing for a living for generations. Although their lives were not very rich, they were still self-sufficient. Compared to the bustling metropolis, it was less noisy and had a sense of peace and tranquility. At this time, it was night time. Every family was cooking. Wisps of smoke rose from the kitchen, bringing vitality to Little River Village. "Girl Gu, you're back." An old man greeted Gu Xiaoxiao and her brother kindly. "Little child Beichen, who is this person?" A middle-aged woman was asking about Yi Xian's background. "Him. His name is Blockhead. He's a beggar that my sister picked up." Gu Beichen still had the temperament of a young man. He was very unhappy that his sister had brought an outsider home. Faced with the villagers' questions, he directly gave Yi Xian a code name. "Little brother, if you continue to be so impudent, see how I'll deal with you when we get home." Gu Xiaoxiao showed the demeanor of an elder sister and sternly reprimanded the young man. Chapter 139. Hearing his sister's stern voice, Gu Beichen stuck out his tongue and said, "Okay, sister, I know I was wrong. I'm starving. Let's go home quickly." As he spoke, he ran home. Gu Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly. She held Yi Xian's hand tightly and hurried home. At the end of the Little River Village, a dilapidated two-story tile-roofed house stood there. The walls were mottled and the rusty door was dilapidated. It was obvious that this house had been around for some time. As Gu Xiaoxiao opened the door, the three of them entered the house together. In the house of the siblings. The old and antique furniture seemed to be left behind from the last century. Under the dim light, it gave people a feeling of having four bare walls, which also proved that the siblings' lives were obviously very tight. Sit here properly and don't move. I'm going to cook now. If I find you running around when I come back, I'll punish you by not having dinner today. Do you hear me? Gu Xiaoxiao pressed Yi Xian down on the chair as if she was coaxing a 3-year-old child. She kept reminding Yi Xian. Then, she put on an apron and walked into the kitchen to start the fire and start cooking dinner. At the dining table, the young Gu Beichen sat in the chair, bored. When he saw Yi Xian sitting opposite him with his black hair covering his face, he became even more mischievous. Let me see what a blockhead like you looks like. The young Gu Beichen giggled and walked carefully to Yi Xian's side. He reached out to brush away Yi Xian's hair. All of a sudden, a pair of hands that were as white as jade quietly grabbed Gu Beichen's neck and lifted him into the air. His eyes, which were hidden under Yi Xian's hair, were emitting a cruel and cold light. Sister, save me. The young Gu Xiaoxiao immediately rushed out of the kitchen when the young Gu Beichen shouted. When she saw the young Gu Beichen's face turning red and struggling in Yi Xian's hands, she hurried to Yi Xian and said anxiously, "Quick, put him down." At this moment, the murderous glint in Yi Xian's eyes faded. He glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao and released the young man. Then, he got up and walked towards the door. Hey, it's so late. Where are you going? Before Yi Xian could walk out of the house, Gu Xiaoxiao hurriedly blocked his way. This is not a place for me to stay, Yi Xian said in a low voice. You can leave if you want, but it's already so late. How about I send you to town tomorrow? Gu Xiaoxiao was a kind-hearted girl. She knew very well that there were no street lights in Little River Village. Moreover, the road outside was rugged. If anything happened to Yi Xian, her conscience would not be at ease. Cough cough cough. Sis, he almost strangled me to death. The young man kept coughing, clearly frightened by Yi Xian's methods. You little rascal. He was fine before. You must have done something to make him like this. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that her little brother was extremely mischievous. Although she did not see what happened just now, she could guess that her little brother must have done something to cause such a scene. TSK, I just wanted to see what he looked like. Who knew that he would be so fierce? The young man mumbled. Come back with me for dinner. I'll send you to the hanging mirror department in town tomorrow morning. Before Yi Xian could refuse, Gu Xiaoxiao pulled him by the arm and brought him back to the dining table. Then, she quickly brought out the dishes from the kitchen. Wow, sis, you actually made braised carp. Gu Beichen was still a young man. When he saw the delicious food on the table, he immediately forgot about what had just happened. He picked up his chopsticks and was about to dig in. Little rascal, this is for him. Gu Xiaoxiao casually slapped the young man's chopsticks away. The young man's expression turned bitter. He said unhappily, Sis, you're biased. You treat an outsider better than you treat me. Looking at her little brother's aggrieved face, Gu Xiaoxiao's expression turned bitter. She picked up a piece of fish head and put it into the young man's bowl. She comforted him. Little brother, he's a guest and he's not in a good state of mind. Shouldn't we take care of him? Sis, I understand. Although the young man was mischievous, he knew that his sister did not have it easy. He obediently ate the food in his bowl and gradually calmed down. Although I don't know your name, since you're able to come to our house, this is fate. Eat more. As Gu Xiaoxiao spoke, she kept putting fish meat into Yi Xian's bowl while she ate the salted vegetables and white rice on the table. The smile on her face was bright and cheerful. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian's cloudy eyes lit up slightly. He looked deeply at Gu Xiaoxiao. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, he picked up his chopsticks and put the fish meat in his bowl into his mouth. Is it good? Seeing Yi Xian eat the food she made, Gu Xiaoxiao smiled and said. Yi Xian chewed carefully. However, after 2 mouthfuls, he put down his chopsticks. This startled Gu Xiaoxiao. She asked, is it because my food is not to your taste? You are very kind. Yi Xian was silent for a few breaths. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Gu Xiaoxiao. But, the kind people in this world are destined to be plagued with misfortune. Yi Xian said in a hoarse voice. He placed the fish meat in his bowl in front of the siblings. Then, he became silent again. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes became absent-minded. A trace of bitterness flashed across her eyes. When we were 10 years old, our parents died in a shipwreck. Although we lost our parents, I still believe that there is love in this world. If you can face the world with kindness, the world will also treat us with kindness. When Gu Xiaoxiao said this, happiness appeared on her face. She pointed at the house and said, do you see our house? The villagers helped us repair it. Because they are all very kind, we were able to have a place to live. So I have always believed that no matter how difficult the future is, as long as we have kind hearts, we will definitely be rewarded. That's right. My sister and I have vowed to become kind people. In the future, we will earn a lot of money to repair the houses of the villagers so that they can live a good life. The young man said passionately. Sincere eyes and happy faces. When Yi Xian saw this scene, his heart was deeply touched. He could not understand. The siblings clearly came from poor families. Even their parents had died in a shipwreck. Why were they such kind people? I believe that human nature is evil. In this world, no one can be trusted except yourself. Yi Xian slowly shook his head. His words stunned the siblings. You are wrong. If you treat everyone with sincerity, they will definitely treat you with sincerity. Gu Xiaoxiao firmly believed in her theory. Sincerity. Kindness. I don't think I have. Yi Xian's eyes were confused. The aura around him became even more confused. Chapter 140. This pair of siblings allowed Yi Xian to see another world. He couldn't understand this world, nor could he understand it. He couldn't understand why their lives were so miserable, so why were they in such a blissful state? The dinner ended hastily. Gu Xiaoxiao tidied up the attic for Yi Xian to live in. When the siblings returned to their rooms, Yi Xian sat in the attic in a daze. He looked at the bright moon in the sky through the window, his eyes filled with inexplicable confusion. I've never believed that good will be rewarded with good. I only believe that my life is in my own hands, and not in the hands of the heavens. Let me see if there's really such a kind person in this world. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed quietly. Yi Xian suffered a great calamity in his mental demon's illusion. Although he survived the calamity and attained a half-immortal body, he was filled with guilt for killing his loved ones in the end. He was in so much pain that he constantly denied himself. He didn't know if he was right or wrong, and he had been searching for this answer. Yi Xian had a very strange feeling. It was as if there was a voice in the dark telling him that Gu Xiaoxiao, this kind woman, might be able to give him the answer he wanted. This was also the reason why he didn't leave this place. The next morning, the sound of a rooster crowing came from the river village, and the sun rose slowly in the east. Blockhead, you're up. Young Gu Beichen's voice came from outside the door, and Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. When Yi Xian walked out of the attic, breakfast was already on the table. I still don't know what your name is. Since you're unwilling to tell me, can I call you Blockhead too? Gu Xiaoxiao probed softly. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't respond at all. This made Gu Xiaoxiao try calling him again. She realized that Yi Xian didn't have any reaction, and this made Gu Xiaoxiao feel slightly more at ease. After all, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't just call Yi Xian, hey hey hey. During breakfast, Yi Xian also learned some things from the discussion between the siblings. Other than helping his sister to fish at sea during his rest time, the youth spent the rest of his time attending school in the town. On the other hand, Gu Xiaoxiao had dropped out of school early to support the family. Today was Gu Beichen's first day of school, so they could send Yi Xian to the hanging mirrors department in town to look for his family. After breakfast was hastily finished, the two siblings dragged Yi Xian out of the house. They walked for 10 li on a rugged road before they boarded a bus to town. Qingshui Town. It was a rich town. Although the town wasn't big, because it was adjacent to the East Sea, it was rich in marine products. Under the natural favorable terrain, Qingshui Town's economy was very developed. Qingshui High was Gu Beichen's school. As a large number of students entered the school, under Gu Xiaoxiao's earnest instructions, the young Gu Beichen waved at his sister and followed the flow of students into the school. "Blockhead, I'll take you to the hanging mirrors department in town." After sending her brother to school, Gu Xiaoxiao pulled Yi Xian's hand and was about to rush to the hanging mirrors department in town. However, under Gu Xiaoxiao's tug, Yi Xian didn't budge. His voice was hoarse as he said, "I don't have a home, and I don't know where my future is. The so-called hanging mirrors department doesn't have any information about me." What? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Gu Xiaoxiao was stunned. She exclaimed, "You! How can you not have a home? Are you an illegal resident? What? What should we do?" Gu Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Yi Xian. She bit her lips slightly. Clearly, she had encountered an extremely difficult problem. "Will you abandon me?" Yi Xian's eyes were deep, and his voice was unfathomable. "Of course not." Gu Xiaoxiao's answer was resolute and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. But when she learned that Yi Xian was an illegal resident, Gu Xiaoxiao was extremely troubled. After all, Yi Xian didn't have an ID card, so it was very inconvenient for him to do anything. However, if she took Yi Xian in, there would be an extra set of chopsticks at home. Moreover, her brother was in school, and that was where the money was needed. Thinking of all these difficulties, Gu Xiaoxiao was even more distressed. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. She looked directly at Yi Xian and said, "I can take you in, but you have to work with me. I can provide you with food and accommodation. If we sell more fish and prawns, I can even pay you. If you are willing to stay, you can stay." "Okay." Yi Xian nodded slowly. If this scene was seen by people familiar with Yi Xian, their jaws would drop to the ground in horror. Who was Yi Xian? He was a cultivator in the tribulation stage, and was about to become an immortal. His terrifying reputation was even more frightening in the Xia kingdom. Such a person was actually willing to work for a fisherwoman. If word got out, people would probably think that it was a fantasy. Day after day, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already lived in Gu Xiaoxiao's house for half a year. Every day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, the two of them went out to sea to fish under Gu Xiaoxiao's guidance. They didn't return until sunset. Yi Xian also changed into simple clothes and worked hard with Gu Xiaoxiao every day. It wasn't known if Yi Xian was Gu Xiaoxiao's lucky star, or if it was a blessing from the heavens. Ever since the two of them went out to sea to fish together, they had a bountiful harvest every day, and they didn't encounter any dangerous situations. However, Gu Xiaoxiao had always been very curious about Yi Xian's appearance. This was because no matter when, Yi Xian's hair would always cover his face, preventing Gu Xiaoxiao from seeing his true face. Of course, a woman's curiosity was very frightening. There was once when Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to take advantage of Yi Xian's inattention to brush away his hair, but Yi Xian stopped her with a cold look. From then on, Gu Xiaoxiao never did that again. However, the curiosity in her heart only grew stronger. Aside from her curiosity about Yi Xian's appearance, something else happened that made Gu Xiaoxiao realize that Yi Xian was becoming more and more mysterious. A zither. A 9-string zither. It was unknown when it had been passed down, but it had always been Gu Xiaoxiao's family's most prized possession. Until one night, when the moon was bright and the stars were few, the melodious and low sound of the zither rang out in the Gu family's courtyard. Gu Xiaoxiao would never forget the scene she saw. A cool breeze brushed the willows, and birds chirped. In the narrow courtyard, 2 willow trees swayed with the wind. Under the moonlight, their emerald green leaves appeared bright and otherworldly. An ancient 9-string zither, and a lonely and desolate person. He sat alone under the moonlight and slowly played the zither. The sound of the zither was low and melodious, with an indescribable sadness. It attracted countless birds to circle in the air, as if they were attracted by the sound of the zither, and they stayed for a long time. The sound of the zither was like water, melodious and mellow. When the song ended, Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes became misty, and her heart was filled with sadness. She didn't know where the sadness came from, but she could feel that the person playing the zither under the moonlight had gone through an extremely sorrowful past. With a thought, all rivers and mountains are filled with emotion. With a thought gone, the sea turns into mulberry fields, and there is no heart left. The voice was like the netherworld, lonely and grave. When Yi Xian's voice rang out, it woke Gu Xiaoxiao from her sadness. Chapter 141. When the song ended, the world fell silent, and the small courtyard regained its tranquility. Only Yi Xian sat alone under the moon, deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Moo. Moo moo. You. Who are you? Although Gu Xiaoxiao was a fisherwoman and did not have high standards, she was not stupid. She knew very well that someone who could play such a song would not be an ordinary person. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I never believed that there was such a so-called kind person in this world, and you just happened to appear in front of me. A cool breeze blew over, causing a few strands of Yi Xian's hair to flutter. His eyes were as deep as an ancient pond, causing Gu Xiaoxiao to lightly bite her lips. Then, she smiled and said, "Is that why you're staying by my side?" "Perhaps," Yi Xian said hoarsely. As the days passed, Little River Village was quiet and peaceful. It was less noisy than the city, but it was more tranquil and peaceful. Besides fishing with Gu Xiaoxiao every day, Yi Xian would play the zither when he had nothing to do. Gu Xiaoxiao became his only loyal listener. Today was the day that Gu Beichen returned home. Because his home was far from school, he could only return home twice a month. This made Gu Xiaoxiao prepare some delicacies for her brother to eat. In the kitchen, waves of fragrance wafted out as exquisite dishes were served to the table by Gu Xiaoxiao. As for Yi Xian, he was quietly reading an ancient book. His entire body was slightly calm. Creak. The sound of the door being pushed open could be heard. Gu Beichen was dirty all over. His simple clothes were torn and his eyes were red, as if he had just cried. "Little brother. What happened?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked anxiously when she saw her little brother's appearance. "Sister, do we have to be bullied because we are poor?" The young man threw himself into his sister's arms and choked with sobs. Tears flowed from his eyes uncontrollably. You fought with your classmates?" Gu Xiaoxiao's expression was complicated and her voice sounded tired. "Sister, I listened to you and didn't fight back. But they called me an orphan and a poor fisherman. They said that I will never be successful in this life." "Alright, don't cry." Gu Xiaoxiao comforted him softly, "Although we are poor, we won't steal or rob, and we won't hurt anyone. We are poor, but we have ambition. As long as you study hard, you will become a useful person in the future. Ha! Suddenly, a sneer rang out, startling the siblings and causing them to look towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian put down his book and looked at the youth through his hair. His voice was strange and inexplicable as he said, "Do you not want to be bullied? Moo. Moo moo. You." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the young man bit his lips and nodded. Actually, this matter is very simple. When you return to school tomorrow, find the person who scolded you the most and beat you the most. Beat him up until he begs for mercy. From then on, no one will bully you in school. Yi Xian's voice was calm, but it was filled with a seductive charm. But I can't beat him." The young man stammered. "Can't beat him?" Yi Xian laughed, but his laughter was very sinister. He said, "You are wrong. As long as your heart is vicious enough and your methods are ruthless enough, you will definitely be able to beat him. As long as you defeat the fiercest person in school, all the students will be afraid of you. Naturally, no one will bully you." Really? The young man stuttered. "Whether it is true or not, you can try." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he did not say anything else. He picked up his book again and calmly read it. These words caused Gu Xiaoxiao's expression to change greatly. She hurriedly warned the young man, "Little brother, you absolutely cannot do this. You must remember that you are a kind person. If you do this, then won't you also become a bad student? How is that different from the people who bullied you? If I find out that you are fighting in school, see how I will deal with you." Gu Xiaoxiao glared hatefully at Yi Xian, then loudly warned her little brother. "Elder sister, I understand." Under Gu Xiaoxiao's abuse of power, the young man hurriedly nodded in response. However, there was a hint of agitation in his eyes. Clearly, Yi Xian's words were like a curse that was deeply imprinted in the young man's mind. Dinner was quickly finished. The young man, Gu Beichen, once again regained his lively temperament and watched the program on the television. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxiao dragged Yi Xian out of the room, her face full of anger. In the small courtyard, Gu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xian stood facing each other. "Blockhead, you are too much. How can you teach my brother like that?" Gu Xiaoxiao reprimanded. "Kind people are bullied, and kind horses are ridden. Don't you understand this principle?" Yi Xian said calmly. You are talking nonsense." Gu Xiaoxiao's face flushed red. She was so angry at Yi Xian that she was speechless. As a person, we must be kind. As long as we have a kind heart, we will definitely be rewarded. Gu Xiaoxiao persisted in her beliefs. "Oh." Yi Xian said softly, "Since you believe that people are kind by nature, and I believe that people are evil by nature, then let's make a bet. Let's see who is right and who is wrong." Yi Xian's words made Gu Xiaoxiao raise her voice. She asked, "How do you want to bet?" "Let's bet on whether Gu Beichen will do as I say." "How about that?" Yi Xian said calmly. "All right, let's bet. But let me tell you, my little brother has never been in a fight since he was young. He is also a kind child. You will definitely lose." Gu Xiaoxiao stomped her feet angrily and turned to return to the house. Looking at Gu Xiaoxiao's angry back, Yi Xian's eyes were slightly unfocused. His voice was hoarse as he said, "If this world was filled with people like you, why would there be so many conflicts?" The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight rose from the east, the young man, Gu Beichen, also walked out of the house. Under Gu Xiaoxiao's earnest instructions, the young man rushed to school. Yi Xian stood in the attic and watched the young man's figure disappear into the distance. A strange smile appeared on his face. "Gu Xiaoxiao, when you see the changes in your little brother, will you still believe in such boring things as people being kind by nature?" Yi Xian said in a hoarse voice. Half a month passed quickly. This day, the young man, Gu Beichen, returned home. As usual, Gu Xiaoxiao prepared a meal and waited for her brother to return. When the sun was setting, light footsteps could be heard from outside the door. "Sister, I'm back." Before Gu Xiaoxiao could go out to welcome him, Gu Beichen pushed open the door and entered the house quickly. However, the scene in front of her stunned Gu Xiaoxiao. What did she see? The young man, Gu Beichen, was wearing brand new clothes and sports shoes. He was holding a large number of gifts in his hands. He was standing excitedly in front of Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 142. Little brother. You. Where did you get these things? Gu Xiaoxiao's face was pale and her voice was trembling. A bad feeling rose in her heart. Sis, don't worry about it. I bought this set of clothes for you. Oh right, this set of clothes is for Blockhead. We won't be eating at home today. I'll treat you to a restaurant outside. Gu Beichen said as he put down the gifts in his hands. He did not notice the tears in Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Slap. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on the young man's face. The young man was stunned and only then did he see the tears on Gu Xiaoxiao's face. Sister. Tell me, where did you get these things? Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were red as she questioned the young man loudly. The young man was really panicking, because in his memory, his sister rarely hit him, and she had never shed a single tear in front of him. No matter how hard it was for his sister, she had always bitterly supported this family. But what did he see today? His sister was crying. That kind of sorrowful cry made the young man extremely flustered. He even forgot about the pain on his face. He lowered his head nervously and said in a trembling voice, "Sister, don't be angry. These things were given to me by my classmates. For you." Gu Xiaoxiao was disappointed and said in a choked voice, "Come, tell me. Why did your classmates give you these expensive things? Where did you get the money to treat us to a meal?" This. Faced with Gu Xiaoxiao's questioning, the young man's face turned red and he did not know how to answer. "Speak." Gu Xiaoxiao choked and reprimanded. Yes. I beat up Li Huan and the rest. They said that I'll be their boss in the future, and the other classmates gave me money, and called me Brother Chin. Gu Beichen said with a red face. "I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Without waiting for the young man to finish, Gu Xiaoxiao's tears flowed down. She picked up a feather duster and hit the young man hard. The young man cried out, but he did not dare to dodge. "What did I teach you? Although we are poor, we never bully others. What did you do?" Gu Xiaoxiao hit the young man hard, but tears kept falling from her eyes. "Sister, I know I was wrong." The young man grimaced from the beating, but his sister's crying made him feel even worse. Scram. From now on, I don't have a brother like you." Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, and the feather duster in her hand fell to the ground. "Sis, I really know I was wrong. Please don't chase me away." The young man was truly panicking. He cried out loud and knelt in front of Gu Xiaoxiao, begging for his sister's forgiveness. "You're not allowed to eat tonight. Go kneel in front of our parents' memorial tablets and repent." After all, he was her younger brother. How could Gu Xiaoxiao bear to chase him away? However, the young man's actions were unacceptable to Gu Xiaoxiao. As the young man sobbed, he finally knelt in front of his parents' memorial tablets to repent. This made Gu Xiaoxiao bite her lips and run out of the house. At this moment, Yi Xian watched this scene silently, his deep eyes calm. He slowly walked out of the door, only to see Gu Xiaoxiao squatting in the small courtyard, secretly weeping. "You've lost," Yi Xian said in a hoarse voice. "Yes, I've lost. Are you happy now?" Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were red as she reprimanded Yi Xian loudly. Why should I be happy? Yi Xian's voice was calm as he slowly walked to Gu Xiaoxiao. He looked at her through his hair and said, I just want to tell you something. This world isn't as beautiful as you think it is. Human nature is greedy and selfish. The so-called kindness is just your wishful thinking. That's enough. I don't want to listen to you. Gu Xiaoxiao covered her ears and shouted. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's voice continued to ring out. Did you see that? Because your brother defeated the people who bullied him, those people were afraid. They were fearful. Not only did they give your brother money, they even treated him as their boss. This is the law of the jungle. This is the most fundamental thing in this world. Hearing Yi Xian's theory, Gu Xiaoxiao laughed bitterly. Her eyes gradually calmed down, and she looked at Yi Xian and said, You're wrong. You're very wrong. I don't deny that this world might be like what you said, but if everyone loses their kindness, then the order of this world will collapse sooner or later. What's the point of us humans living then? It seems like you still believe in your theory. Yi Xian slowly shook his head. That's right. I believe that the world has its current vitality because of love. Look at these exotic beasts wreaking havoc all over the world. Aren't there also many fearless heroes protecting us, allowing us to live well? Gu Xiaoxiao said firmly. All right, then I'll come with you to see if this world is like what you said. Yi Xian slowly nodded, then turned around and walked back into the house. At the same time, the East Sea was surging with waves. The sky was dark and gloomy, and there were even terrifying thunderbolts raging in the clouds. Splash! 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 The waves hit the pier, overturning countless boats. A bloody light floated in the waves. When the waves receded, a terrifying bloody figure stood in front of the pier. He looked at the humans in front of the pier, and his bloodthirsty eyes were filled with extreme brutality. Blood food, so much blood food, eat them, restore my supreme cultivation base. The bloody figure roared and suddenly turned into hundreds of bloody lights. They strangely and cruelly pounced on the people on the pier. Ah! What is this thing? Help! The fishermen screamed and ran for their lives. However, under the brutal devouring of the bloody soul, these fishermen were all turned into dried corpses. It was as if they had died from having their blood sucked dry. Kakik! The bloody figure appeared again and laughed eerily. Blood food is not enough. I need more. The bloody figure's aura was brutal. He walked into the distance, and the direction he was heading was actually the little river village where Yi Xian was. Along the way, he killed countless people. Countless people were turned into dried corpses and died tragically in the bloody figure's hands. Little River Village, Gu family's house. Several days passed. The young Gu Beichen did not go to school in town. Instead, he stayed at home to reflect on his mistakes. It was also in these few days that Gu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xian were in a state of cold war. At night, the sky was filled with stars. A ray of moonlight shone down, illuminating the little river village. Sister, I'm hungry. Gu Beichen said, feeling wronged. Gu Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. She took out the food she had prepared from the kitchen and looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. However, she still called out to him, silly blockhead, come and eat. Obviously, although Gu Xiaoxiao was unhappy with Yi Xian for instigating her brother, this lady was kind-hearted and always remembered Yi Xian in her heart. Chapter 143. Although Gu Xiaoxiao was displeased with Yi Xian's instigation of her younger brother, she was a kind-hearted girl and always remembered Yi Xian in her heart. When the three of them sat at the dining table, the young man wolfed down his food with an indescribable satisfaction on his face. He even smiled at his sister from time to time, which made Gu Xiaoxiao's anger dissipate. Just eat. Stop making faces, Gu Xiaoxiao scolded jokingly. Got it, sister. The young man stuck out his tongue. Bored, Gu Xiaoxiao turned on the television and an interview program appeared on the screen. Sister, look. It's Sword God Yi. When the young man, Gu Beichen, saw the program on the television, he cheered. On the television screen, a white-haired young man holding a 3-foot-long sword was being interviewed by the host. Gu Xiaoxiao focused her attention on the television screen. It's Qingning TV station's honor to have Senior Sword God for this interview. I wonder why Senior Sword God doesn't create a martial arts alliance to fight against the beasts, the host asked with a smile. Yi Lingtian was clearly over 100 years old, but he had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. He looked more like a young man. He said slowly, "One sword is enough for me. Why would I need the help of other juniors?" Domineering and not modest at all. This was Yi Lingtian's answer. It made the host feel awkward, not knowing how to continue the topic. Ahem. The host coughed softly to hide his awkwardness and continued, "It's rumored that you've been wanting to take in a girl as your successor, but this girl has always rejected you. Is that true?" The host's question made Yi Lingtian fall silent. After a few breaths, he slowly nodded and said, "That's right. There are not many people who can catch my eye. This woman is extremely talented. She is indeed a cultivation genius that is hard to come by in 100 years. It's rumored that this girl's name is Ling Long. She has always rejected you because of one person. This person is Mr. Yi Xian, who once repelled the beast tide. What are your thoughts on this?" When the host mentioned the name Yi Xian, Yi Lingtian's expression turned ugly. He then laughed contemptuously and said, "In the Grand Xia Kingdom, I, Yi Lingtian, have only lost once in my life, and that person was the world's #1 expert, Shen Juexian. Other than Shen Juexian, I have never admired anyone else. In the past 100 years, no one has been able to take 3 of my swords. How can a junior be compared to me?" Hearing Yi Lingtian's words, the host suddenly became excited. Although Yi Lingtian did not point his finger at Yi Xian, the disdain in his words was obvious. This was big news and would definitely increase the TV station's ratings. "Senior Sword God, please don't blame him. Legend has it that Mr. Yi once killed Li Huantian and the Heavenly Sword God on the spot. With his cultivation, isn't he your—" Without waiting for the host to finish, Yi Lingtian sneered and said, "Li Huantian and Ba Dao are just losers to me. This interview is over." "Wow, Senior Sword God is so cool." The young man, Gu Beichen, was so excited that he danced. Yes, although Senior Sword God is a little overbearing, he has been killing exotic beasts all over the place. This is enough to earn our respect. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and praised. At this moment, Yi Xian indifferently watched the program on the television and didn't say anything. This caused the siblings to feel slightly strange. The youth was even more curious as he asked, "Blockhead, why aren't you excited at all when you see Sword God Yi?" "Why should I be excited? He's just an ant," Yi Xian said indifferently. He picked up the glass of water and took 2 sips. His posture was extremely calm. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the siblings had strange expressions. Obviously, Yi Xian was too arrogant. He did not even take Yi Xian seriously. "Ah! Help, help!" Just as the young man was about to ask, he heard a large number of terrified voices coming from Little River Village. The siblings' expressions changed, not knowing what had happened. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. A blood-red light flashed across his eyes. His divine sense spread out, and an extremely bloody scene appeared in his mind. Blood soul. Interesting. It seems that the time to witness human nature has finally come, Yi Xian murmured, but it did not attract the siblings' attention. "Let's go and see what's happening," Gu Xiaoxiao said anxiously. She put on a coat, pushed open the door, and ran out. The young man quickly followed behind his sister and left the house. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were as deep as an ancient pool. He looked at the siblings' backs and murmured, "Gu Xiaoxiao, when humans face death, when these so-called kind villagers reveal their despicable nature, will you still insist on the theory that humans are inherently good?" In Little River Village, a large number of villagers gathered in the village center. They were screaming in fear because a bloody figure was walking towards them. The brutal and cruel smell of blood around him made the villagers feel even more uneasy. "Blood food. So much blood food," the bloody figure said excitedly. A ray of bloody light spurted out and instantly turned the villager into a dried corpse. The thick blood soul essence was directly swallowed into his stomach, and the bloody figure let out a satisfied howl. "What? What is this thing?" a villager shouted in fear. "My child's father." A woman cried out loudly. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's fight it out with him." Kitchen knives, hunting guns, and even hoes. All kinds of weapons appeared in the hands of the villagers. They surrounded the bloody figure tightly, but their faces were extremely pale. "Fatherly, what happened?" Gu Xiaoxiao hurried over with her little brother. When she saw the horrifying bloody figure, her face instantly turned pale, and a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. "Xiao, we don't know where this monster came from. He has already killed many of our villagers. We must not let him go." Fatherly held a hunting gun and shouted loudly. "Sister, I'm scared." The young man, Gu Beichen, held his sister's hand and looked at the horrifying bloody figure with extreme fear. Clearly, the dried corpse under the bloody figure's feet was enough to make him feel terrified. Don't be afraid. Sister is here." Although Gu Xiaoxiao was also very scared, her brother was by her side. She tried her best to calm herself down. "Kill him." Fatherly pulled the trigger directly. The homemade hunting gun spewed out a large amount of sand bullets. A large number of villagers also held weapons and slashed at the bloody figure. Kakik. Blood Shadow let out a strange laugh. He did not dodge the villagers' attacks, and the so-called spear fire passed through his body. His blood-red palm continuously tore apart the villagers, excitedly devouring their blood soul essence. It was an extremely terrifying sight to behold. Chapter 144. One by one, the villagers died tragically on the spot. Their tragic cries echoed throughout the village. The villagers retreated, their faces filled with fear. They realized a terrifying fact. They couldn't kill this monster at all. Instead, people kept dying tragically in its hands. "Run!" One of the villagers couldn't stand the fear anymore. He dropped the hoe in his hand and fled into the distance. As if there was a chain effect, when the villager fled, the rest gave up resisting and fled in all directions. Obviously, they didn't want to die in the hands of this monster. At the same time, Gu Xiaoxiao's face was pale. She was also fleeing with her brother. But how could the blood shadow give up on this bloody feast? "All of you are my food. No one can escape," the blood shadow said cruelly. He turned into a bloody light and pounced on the fleeing villagers. Old Manly stumbled and fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair and fear. But when he saw the siblings running in front of him, his eyes turned and he shouted at them, "Xiao, take your brother and leave Little River Village. I'll block this monster for you." Hearing Father Li's heroic voice behind her, how could Gu Xiaoxiao have the heart to abandon him? Suddenly, Gu Xiaoxiao turned and ran towards him. She wanted to help Old Man Li up and escape this terrifying place together. "Sister." Gu Xiaoxiao's action made the young Gu Beichen's expression change. He didn't expect his sister to be so kind. She didn't care about her own safety to help others. "Kakik." Blood food. What delicious blood food. All of a sudden, the blood shadow appeared in front of Old Man Li. Gu Xiaoxiao was helping him up. When they saw the blood shadow, Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with despair. Xiao, I'm sorry. Father Li said viciously. Abruptly, he pushed Gu Xiaoxiao's body toward the blood shadow. Then, he ran away awkwardly. Old Man Li's push stunned Gu Xiaoxiao. She even forgot about the horror of the blood shadow. She couldn't understand why she would end up like this when she came to help Old Man Li's sister. Seeing that his sister was about to be killed by the blood shadow, Gu Beichen wailed and ran towards Gu Xiaoxiao in a frenzy, disregarding his own safety. Little brother, don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. Blood Shadow had already reached out his multicolored palm towards Gu Xiaoxiao, but at this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was still thinking about her brother. At this critical moment, an explosive sound rang out in the air, as though the earth itself was trembling. The terrifying blood-red figure was flung backwards as a slender figure appeared in front of Gu Xiaoxiao. After escaping death, it was like falling into a dream. When Gu Xiaoxiao saw the person in front of her, her eyes gradually turned red and a mist appeared in her eyes. Blockhead, it's you. Gu Xiaoxiao asked with a complicated expression. Sister, are you all right? The young man, Gu Beichen, stumbled over, his face covered in tears. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at Gu Xiaoxiao indifferently. His voice was calm and leisurely as he said, "Do you see that? At the moment of life and death, humans will reveal their despicable nature. The so-called kindness is just a joke." The despicable nature of humans once again entered Gu Xiaoxiao's ears. She slowly lowered her head as her body trembled slightly. Why? Why? Why is it like this? Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Xian. Her eyes were red and large amounts of tears flowed from her eyes. Because, human nature is evil. This is the real world that you see. Yi Xian said calmly. Kakik. With a cruel and sinister laugh, the blood-red light rumbled and the blood shadow returned. However, the blood-red eyes that looked at Yi Xian were obviously filled with fear. You are very strong, scram. His roar could shatter mountains and rivers and shake the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian's simple word turned into a terrifying wave that sent the blood shadow flying again. The blood shadow screamed in horror and did not dare to approach Yi Xian again. Blood. Blood food. I'm so hungry, although the blood shadow lacked intelligence, he could still feel the terror of Yi Xian. Naturally, he did not dare to approach Yi Xian. Instead, he carefully chased after the other villagers who were fleeing. Ah! Another villager died tragically at the hands of the blood shadow. There was a miserable howl. Xiao, save me. A village girl was running away. When she saw that Gu Xiaoxiao was protected by Yi Xian and the blood shadow did not dare to approach, she panicked and begged loudly. Moo. Moo moo. I beg you. Please save them. Gu Xiaoxiao's face was full of tears. However, she kept shaking Yi Xian's arm, hoping that Yi Xian would save the villagers. Looking at the tears on Gu Xiaoxiao's face, Yi Xian was unmoved. He slowly shook his head and said, "In my opinion, your kindness is simply stupid. Besides, I won't save them." Why? Why? This monster is obviously afraid of you. Gu Xiaoxiao's face was pale. She could not understand. Since Yi Xian was so powerful, why couldn't he save these innocent people? I'm not a saint, nor am I a hero. What does their life and death have to do with me? Why should I save them? Yi Xian's eyes were deep and his voice was calm. Moo moo, you're too heartless. The young Gu Beichen reprimanded loudly, if my sister didn't save you from the sea, how could you have survived until now? Ha! A cruel sneer appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He looked indifferently at the young man and said, "You're wrong. Even if it wasn't for your sister, I wouldn't have died in this world. Even if it was as you said, that your sister saved my life, I'll still save you and your brother today. That's considered repaying her kindness." "You." The young man's face was red, but he could not refute. "Little brother, don't say any more. Since he doesn't want to save them, we'll save them ourselves." Gu Xiaoxiao smiled sadly. She pulled her little brother and chased after the fleeing villagers. Looking at the siblings running away, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "Gu Xiaoxiao, your stupidity makes me very angry. Since you still haven't understood this world, let's see how laughable the kindness you believe in is." Yi Xian's aura was gloomy as he strolled forward. At the end of Little River Village was a raging river. This river was so deep that one could not see the bottom. If someone fell into the river, they would be drowned in an instant. It would be a sure death. It was impossible for anyone to get out of the river. At this moment, the villagers of Little River Village were gathered at the riverside in fear. Looking at the bottomless river, everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They had reached the end of the road. Behind them, the bloody figure was approaching step by step. This was a dead end. These villagers had no way of breaking out. Chapter 145. Not far away, the siblings were running towards the villagers with shovels and hatchets. When the villagers saw the siblings, surprise appeared on their faces. This was because when they were running away, they saw with their own eyes that it was Old Man Li who pushed Gu Xiaoxiao in front of Blood Shadow and then ran away alone. But why didn't Gu Xiaoxiao die? Why was she still alive? It's that person who saved Xiaoxiao. I saw him send the monster flying with my own eyes, a villager shouted excitedly as he pointed at Yi Xian in the distance, his eyes filled with hope. That's right. It's the person Xiaoxiao took in. He saved Xiaoxiao. The monster is afraid of him. He can definitely save us, a village girl said excitedly. As the villagers shouted excitedly, the despairing atmosphere eased a little. Old Man Li, who was in the crowd, looked embarrassed and ashamed, but there was also excitement in his eyes. "Xiaoxiao, I've let you down. Can you forgive me?" As soon as the siblings arrived in front of the villagers, Old Man Li wept bitterly and knelt in front of Gu Xiaoxiao. He kept kowtowing and apologizing to her, making people feel extremely pitiful at first glance. "You scum, how can you do such a heartless thing? How can you let Xiaoxiao down? That's right. I've always respected you, but you've done such a thing. It's really shameful. Xiaoxiao, don't worry. When this monster leaves, we'll definitely seek justice for you." Many of the villagers spoke out and patted their chests in guarantee. Old Man Li kept kowtowing and apologizing to Gu Xiaoxiao amidst the curses. "Old Man Li, get up. I really don't blame you. Maybe you were just anxious. After all, people do irrational things when they're in danger." Gu Xiaoxiao bit her lips and helped Old Man Li up. This made the villagers praise Gu Xiaoxiao for being a kind child. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in the distance. When he saw this scene, his eyes were extremely strange, and a trace of a contemptuous smile curled up from the corner of his mouth. "Human nature is so despicable, but you're stupid and ignorant. Let me see when you'll wake up," Yi Xian muttered in a low voice. Kakik. Blood Shadow was laughing sinisterly, but he did not pounce at the villagers. Instead, he kept an eye on Yi Xian's movements. If this terrifying human wanted to attack him, he could only run away pathetically. After all, Blood Shadow could sense that he was no match for this human. However, even though Blood Shadow lacked intelligence, Yi Xian did not attack him even after such a long time had passed. He could sense that this terrifying human did not seem to have any intention of stopping him. Blood Shadow walked towards the villagers step by step. He was also testing Yi Xian's intentions. When he was less than 100 meters away from the villagers and discovered that Yi Xian still did not move, Blood Shadow finally relaxed. A cruel and terrifying bloody light erupted from his body. Food. My food. Seeing Blood Shadow approaching them step by step, the villagers' faces changed. Only then did they realize that Yi Xian was standing in the distance and did not move at all. This made a large number of villagers anxiously ask Gu Xiao, quickly beg this master to kill this monster. He won't help us, Gu Xiao said with a bitter smile in the face of the villagers. Please. Why? A villager screamed. Because he's a heartless person, Gu Xiao murmured sadly. Puchi. Suddenly, just as the villagers were stunned, a terrifying bloody hand pierced through a villager's chest. A blood-curdling scream was heard, and the glaring blood made the villagers scream in horror. At this moment, Gu Xiao was fearless. She shouted, "Villagers, we can't count on anyone. Let's fight this monster to the death today." Gu Xiao's face was pale, but she still stood out with a hatchet in her hand. Her eyes were filled with determination. Are you fucking kidding me? What do you want us to fight with? We can't kill this monster at all. Don't think too highly of yourself. Many villagers scolded and retreated continuously. They no longer had the humble attitude of trying to curry favor with Gu Xiao. However, there was a bottomless river behind them. They had no way to retreat at all. Looking at the angry faces of the villagers, Gu Xiao's face was pale. She never thought that these kind villagers would become like this. Were they still the villagers of Little River Village she knew? Ah! Don't kill me. While Gu Xiao was in a daze, Blood Shadow made his move cruelly. The villagers' corpses fell at his feet. A large amount of blood soul essence was devoured by him, turning them into dried corpses. When the villagers saw their companions die tragically in the hands of Blood Shadow, the fear in their hearts seemed to drive them crazy. People would either explode in silence or perish in despair. No one wanted to die. Even the villagers of Little River Village were no exception. And once a person went crazy, they could do anything. You damn girl, come here. Suddenly, a sinister growl was heard. Old Manly took 2 steps and quickly came in front of Gu Xiao. Before Gu Xiao could react, he snatched the hatchet from her hand and quickly placed it on Gu Xiao's throat. He then held Gu Xiao hostage and turned to Yi Xian to roar, "If you don't want her to die, chase this monster away. Otherwise, don't blame Lao Tzu for killing this damn girl." This scene made Gu Xiao's eyes glaze over. It was as if her soul had left her body. It was as if she had turned into a marionette, allowing Old Manly to hold her hostage. A line of clear tears flowed from her eyes. "Let go of my sister." The young man, Gu Beichen, shouted in panic. He raised his fist and punched Old Manly. However, before he could reach Old Manly, he was kicked to the ground. "Little bastard, if you dare to cause trouble again, Lao Tzu will kill your sister first." Old Man Li's face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with madness. At this moment, all the villagers had gone crazy. They quickly came to Old Man Li's side and shouted, "Well done, Old Man Li. Since this person doesn't want to save us, we'll kill this damn girl." "That's right. Even if we die, we'll drag someone down with us." The villagers had completely forgotten their previous attitude. At this moment, they had all turned into inhumane beasts. They even held Gu Xiao hostage and looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that they wanted him to kill this monster if he didn't want Gu Xiao to die. "Master, we just want to live. We don't mean to threaten you. As long as you chase this monster away, we'll let her go immediately." Old Man Li roared loudly, and the villagers all agreed. Chapter 146. Moo. Moo moo. Save my sister. I beg you. Save her, Young Gu Beichen staggered to Yi Xian's side and knelt before Yi Xian, kowtowing profusely. Large amounts of blood appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura was calm and emotionless. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was only an emotionless look. Gu Xiaoxiao, do you see this? Your kindness can't exchange for the world's love for you. When your despicable nature is exposed, do you still think that your beliefs are right? Like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven, like the waves of the vast ocean, Yi Xian's voice resounded in all directions, waking Gu Xiaoxiao from her daze. A sacred smile appeared on her face. Silly Moo Moo, Xiaoxiao is very happy to have met you. Because you made Xiaoxiao understand that this world is so colorful. If there is an afterlife, I still hope to be a kind person. A gust of wind blew, lifting Gu Xiaoxiao's black hair. She was like a spirit in the wind, smiling kindly at the world. She ignored the hatchet at her throat and pushed Old Man Li away. Like an angel, she opened her arms and welcomed the bloody shadow. Poof! The horrifying bloody hand pierced through Gu Xiaoxiao's chest. Fresh blood spurted out, but Gu Xiaoxiao's face still had a kind smile. Even at death's door, it didn't change. Sister! Young Gu Beichen cried out at the sight of this. He ran towards his sister like a madman. This scene also caused the villagers to be dumbfounded. Every single one of them had extremely complicated expressions on their faces. Some of them even shed tears of shame. Rumble! Dark clouds covered the sky and terrifying lightning raged. Yi Xian stared blankly at Gu Xiaoxiao in front of him. The Tongtian blood light around him broke through the clouds, causing terrifying explosions to resound in all directions. The void was collapsing and the earth was shaking violently. With Yi Xian as the center, terrifying cracks spread under his feet. He walked towards Gu Xiaoxiao step by step. When he opened and closed his eyes, the mournful and crazy blood light seemed to be able to illuminate the world. Why? Why? Why are you still so stupid even when you are about to die? Yi Xian's aura was violent. He roared and questioned Gu Xiaoxiao. When he reached Gu Xiaoxiao, the bloody shadow screamed and retreated. Tell me, why? Why? Yi Xian clutched Gu Xiaoxiao's collar tightly. He was in great confusion. Gu Xiaoxiao's angelic smile was holy and loving. When Yi Xian saw Gu Xiaoxiao's smile, he stared blankly at the woman in front of him and clenched his fists tightly. Be myself, be myself. Yi Xian murmured. He seemed to have fallen into an indescribable state. Yes. Why do I cling to the troubles in my heart? Why do I cling to the things that happened in the mental demon dreamland? Actually, I only want to be myself, protect the people I want to protect. I have a clear conscience. This is the real Yi Xian, this is the real me. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I am the immortal heavenly lord, a cultivator in the crossing calamity stage, but I am not even as good as a weak woman in the mortal world. Yi Xian looked up at the sky and laughed bitterly. As he laughed, tears flowed down his cheeks. He finally understood himself at this moment, but the price he had to pay was Gu Xiaoxiao's death. As Gu Xiaoxiao was dying, she gently caressed Yi Xian's cheek and said in a daze, silly blockhead, can I see your face? Woo! Heaven and earth grieved. The wind howled. Yi Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. Gu Xiaoxiao saw his delicate face. Silly blockhead, you are so handsome. Gu Xiaoxiao muttered. Her body gradually turned cold. The palm that was caressing Yi Xian's face powerlessly fell to the ground. From then on, she no longer had any life. Sister! Don't die! Gu Beichen cried out in grief. He shook his sister's arm continuously, but he could not wake Gu Xiaoxiao up. Heaven and earth were silent and everything was silent. Yi Xian stared blankly at the woman in his arms. The Tongtian blood light around him tore through the sky and caused the void in all directions to collapse violently. That terrifying power moved heaven and earth. Gu Xiaoxiao, you are not wrong. I am not wrong either. It is only this world that is wrong. Yi Xian gently placed Gu Xiaoxiao on the ground. He released a merciless and cold aura. Looking at the surviving villagers, a merciless and cruel look appeared in his eyes. The heavenly Tao is merciless and treats all living things like straw dogs. The Tao is merciless and buries the souls of the dead. The human Tao is merciless and can kill in the mortal world. Gu Xiaoxiao, let me purge this world of despicable people for you. Let these despicable people be annihilated. Kill. The sky was shaking and the earth was collapsing. Yi Xian's pair of sword fingers tore through the sky, and the monstrous blood light seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth. When he slashed out with his sword, an extremely terrifying sword chi filled the air and instantly enveloped the villagers. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Miserable cries and blood splattered everywhere. Amidst the desperate cries of the villagers, they exploded into clouds of blood mist one by one. Even their souls were not left behind. They were completely annihilated in this world. Everything was silent. Heaven and earth were silent. Only the young man, Gu Beichen, was holding his sister's corpse and crying in grief. Yi Xian watched this scene silently and did not speak for a long time. Why? Why can't you save my sister when you are so powerful? If you had acted earlier, my sister would not have died. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and roared at Yi Xian angrily. Faced with the young man's angry questioning, Yi Xian did not say anything. He slowly inhaled and exhaled. Do you want revenge? Yes, yes. I want to kill that monster and avenge my sister with my own hands. Gu Beichen roared loudly. The hatred in his eyes was almost tangible. Then put away your cowardly tears and come with me with your sister's corpse. Yi Xian said in a low voice. He turned and walked into the distance. The young man held back his tears and carried Gu Xiaoxiao's corpse to chase after Yi Xian. However, behind them, the small river village had already turned into an Azura slaughterhouse. Not a single person survived. The dense smell of blood drifted in the air, and the blood shadow had already fled. It was obvious that Yi Xian's terror caused him to be extremely fearful. Chapter 147. This was a place filled with green mountains and clear waters. There were towering green mountains and lush vegetation. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of the plants. Above the mountain peak, a sea of clouds swirled. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back, calmly looking at the sea of clouds in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. Life is like a dream and an illusion. The morning is like the morning dew, and the evening is like the sunset. Yi Xian murmured softly. He slowly turned to look at the young man behind him. When his eyes opened and closed, there was only indifference. Hatred can change a person, but it can also make a person crazy. Have you really decided to deviate from your sister's will and become an evil person that the world hates? Yi Xian said softly. At this moment, the young man hugged Gu Xiaoxiao's corpse in a daze. He smiled sadly and said in a low voice, My sister was very kind, but what happened in the end? She's dead. She left me forever. Since this world is filled with evil, I'm willing to be the leader of all evil and end these evil people. His voice was powerful and firm. This was the attitude that the young man displayed. Ha! Yi Xian laughed. However, his laughter was very old and Gu Beichen did not know why Yi Xian was laughing. If you want to be the leader of all evil, you have to pay a certain price. And this price may be death. Are you willing? Yi Xian said deeply and looked directly at the young man. Blockhead, I'm willing. The young man was resolute and did not hesitate at all. My name is not Blockhead. My real name is Yi Xian. You can call me Mr. Yi. Now, you can sleep peacefully. When you wake up, you will face an extremely cruel test. Yi Xian flicked his finger and a bloody light shot towards the young man, causing him to faint instantly. Buzz. The bloody light was hazy and the void was stagnant. Gu Xiaoxiao's corpse floated in the void. Her kind smile before she died was reflected in Yi Xian's eyes. Gu Xiaoxiao, you used your life to help me find my true heart and help me walk out of my confusion. This is also a favor that I, Yi Xian, owe you. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated and a door to hell opened. Yi Xian's expression gradually became gloomy and a low voice sounded from his mouth. Dark Crow. Your Majesty, what orders do you have? The Dark Crow's voice came from the door of hell. Help me check a person with the Book of Life and Death. Her name is Gu Xiaoxiao. I want to know if her soul has entered Fengdu City. As you wish, Yama. In Necropolis, the Dark Crow quickly flipped through the Book of Life and Death. Lines of ancient seal characters floated before his eyes. After 10 breaths of time, the Dark Crow was startled. Through the open door of hell, he spoke with a trembling voice, reporting to Yama, the person you are looking for is not in Necropolis. In the mortal world, Yi Xian was startled. His eyes gradually narrowed as a trace of gloom flashed through his eyes. His voice was grave as he said, Impossible, the souls of mortals will enter hell after death. This is also a law of the heavenly Tao. How can this person not exist? Through the door of hell, the Dark Crow could clearly feel Yi Xian's dissatisfaction. This made him very nervous. Yama Lord, please be enlightened. The Book of Life and Death contains all the souls in Necropolis, but the person you are looking for is not in the book. Yi Xian's expression was extremely gloomy as his eyes flickered continuously. He believed that the Dark Crow would not dare to lie to him. After all, he had planted a blood soul mark in the Dark Crow's body. If the Dark Crow had any thoughts of betrayal, he would definitely be able to sense it. However, Gu Xiaoxiao was clearly dead. Why didn't her soul enter hell? Yama Lord, please be enlightened. Although the souls of mortals will be pulled into hell after death, if someone interferes and detains the souls after death, I'm afraid. The Dark Crow spoke hesitantly. You mean to say that someone detains Gu Xiaoxiao's soul? That's why she didn't enter hell and isn't shown in the Book of Life and Death. Yi Xian's voice was cold as he had a faint guess in his heart. I'm not sure, but it's very likely. The Dark Crow spoke respectfully. You can leave now. Yi Xian spoke coldly as the door of hell slowly closed. On the peak of the mountain, Yi Xian looked in the direction of Heartbreak Mountain. His eyes were deep and frightening. Yuan Ling, is it you? Yi Xian muttered to himself. Yi Xian knew that only Yuan Ling had such means and paid so much attention to him. Yi Xian also knew that Yuan Ling had always been scheming against him. Sooner or later, there would be an earth-shattering battle between the two of them. It was just that they had yet to shed all pretense of cordiality. Perhaps some people would ask why Yi Xian didn't directly go to Yuan Ling. However, the truth was that Yi Xian wasn't confident. Yes, he wasn't confident. Why did Yi Xian want to become an immortal in the mortal world? It was because he could only use some of the forbidden techniques in the Immortal Sutra after becoming an immortal. At that time, it would be the time for him to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yuan Ling. He was also confident that he could suppress Yuan Ling and see what kind of conspiracy he had. Yi Xian also knew that Yuan Ling had always been wary of him. This fear came from the heaven-destroying halberd. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yuan Ling would never shed all pretense of cordiality with him. This was also one of the reasons why the two of them were at peace. If this woman's soul was really imprisoned by you, then what do you want to do? Don't tell me you can't hold it in any longer and are finally going to make a move. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked in the direction of Heartbreak Mountain as a cold expression quietly flashed across his face. A grave mound was piled up with yellow soil. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. The young Gu Beichen kept kowtowing to the grave. His face was full of tears and a strong sense of sadness spread throughout his body. If you're done crying, then follow me. Yi Xian led the way and the young man took a deep look at his sister's grave. Then he got up and chased after Yi Xian. Splash splash splash. There was a 1,000-foot waterfall and a huge green rock. The huge water flow poured down and hit the green rock continuously. The loud sound of the water made one's eardrums buzz and dizzy. I want to cultivate martial arts to avenge my sister. You can just teach me martial arts. Why did you bring me here? Looking at the 1,000-foot waterfall, Gu Beichen was puzzled. Slap. Suddenly, there was a loud slap. A red handprint appeared on the young Gu Beichen's face. The young man covered his face and looked at Yi Xian in shock. He couldn't believe that he had been slapped so hard. You hit me? You dare to hit me? You killed my sister and now you dare to hit me? Although Gu Beichen had experienced the death of his family and had matured a lot, he was still a youth after all. In his heart, he was already dissatisfied with Yi Xian for not saving his elder sister. At this moment, this slap completely allowed him to vent his dissatisfaction. Chapter 148. Firstly, I really don't like your attitude. Secondly, I don't owe you and your sister anything. Thirdly, you should thank me for giving you the chance to become a strong person. You shouldn't look at me with such hatred, Yi Xian said calmly. You bastard. If you hadn't come, my sister might not have died, Gu Beichen roared. Smack. Another slap rang out and the young man fell to the ground. Dark red blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian reached out and grabbed the young man's neck, lifting him into the air. Kid, you can hate me, but I have to tell you that I'll use the cruelest method to train you. You'll only have the right to hate me if you survive. Yi Xian smiled coldly. His smile was indescribably strange and terrifying. It made the young man's heart turn cold. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Xian threw the young man into the pool, drenching him. He then pointed at the giant green rock that was being hit by the 1,000-foot waterfall and said, Your mission today is to climb up this green rock. If you can't complete the mission I've given you, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Looking at the terrifying force of the 1,000-foot waterfall, Gu Beichen's expression changed. He shouted at Yi Xian, You're crazy. The force of this waterfall is so terrifying. I'll die before I can climb up the green rock. As the young man spoke, he kept swimming towards the lake. It was obvious that he couldn't do as Yi Xian said. Suddenly, a willow branch had appeared in Yi Xian's hand at some point in time. Under the infusion of the bloodlight, the willow branch instantly straightened and violently lashed out at the youth with an extremely terrifying force. Smack! There was an explosion in the air. Before the young man could climb up to the shore, his back was torn open. Large amounts of blood flowed out and he howled in pain. Yi Xian, you bastard! I'm going to kill you! The young man roared, his eyes full of hatred. Trash like you! Pa pa pa! The willow whip whizzed through the air and struck Gu Beichen, causing him to bleed profusely. His cries grew weaker and weaker. If you can't climb up this rock today, then die under my whip. Yi Xian said coldly. It was obvious that he wasn't just joking. If the young man dared to disobey his orders, Yi Xian would really beat Gu Beichen to death. Yi Xian, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to avenge my sister. The youth's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yi Xian. Then, he swam towards the blue stone in the middle of the lake with all his might. At this moment, Yi Xian held the willow whip in his hand and looked coldly at the figure of the young man in the water. A cold smile appeared on his face. How could Yi Xian not know that because of Gu Xiaoxiao's death, not only did the youth have an enormous hatred for the villagers and Blood Shadow, but he also had a deep hatred for him in his heart. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this kind of hatred. Since Gu Beichen wanted to avenge his sister, then let him do it. Moreover, Yi Xian believed that Gu Beichen would become the sharpest knife in his hand in this kind of hatred. He would kill all living things for him and eventually become a terrifying existence like Azura. Perhaps some people would ask why Yi Xian had such a peerless cultivation. Why did he have to do something superfluous and just kill the young man? Why would there be so much trouble? However, Yi Xian knew that when a kind person turned into an evil person, such a person was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Yi Xian also knew that he lacked such a person under his command, and Gu Beichen was the best candidate. Moreover, in the future, if Yi Xian had to deal with insignificant people personally, it would be a demeaning act. In the pool, the 1,000-foot waterfall slammed down as the young man struggled in the water. Every time he touched the green rock, the terrifying water current would smash him into the bottom of the water. Gu Beichen spat out blood and even some of his bones were broken. However, with the support of the hatred in his heart, Gu Beichen relied on his strong willpower to climb up the green rock. The sun set in the west and night fell. In the middle of the pool, the young man was covered in blood. His broken hands gripped the green rock tightly and refused to let go. No matter how the terrifying water current hit him, he gritted his teeth and climbed up. Finally, this time, the young man wasn't hit by the water current. He had just climbed up the green rock when he shouted weakly at Yi Xian, "Did it. I did it, bang." Gu Beichen finally couldn't take it anymore and was hit by the water current again. At this time, he fainted. A blood-red light lifted him up and shot him directly towards Yi Xian. His flesh was lacerated and his bones were broken. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. This was the young man's current condition. If no one treated him, it wouldn't be long before Gu Beichen died here. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Xian's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of pity. A spot of blood-red light appeared on his fingertip and he suddenly pointed it at the young man. The young man groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Smack! The willow whip flew across the sky and whipped down. Immediately, the young man's broken body staggered and he let out a muffled cry of pain. Yi Xian's cruel voice rang out at this moment. "Since you're not dead yet, sit up. Cultivate according to this technique until tomorrow morning. If you can't reach the first level of this technique, I'll kill you." Yi Xian said coldly and threw a book in front of the young man. When he took a step forward, his entire body mysteriously disappeared. "Yi Xian, I'll definitely surpass you. I definitely will." Gu Beichen's face was full of tears. The pain in his body and mind seemed to be tormenting him to the point of insanity. His hands were already badly mangled, but he still held tightly onto the book Yi Xian threw down. He used the moonlight to quickly flip through it. High in the sky, in the void, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the clouds and looked down at the young man's cultivation. His voice was cold and emotionless. The blood demon scripture is an evil technique of the devil Tao. Those without great hatred cannot cultivate it. Every full moon night, you will suffer the pain of being bitten by thousands of ants. If you can endure these 3 months of cultivation, you will completely become a strong person of this era. If you can't, you will also die and become a wisp of smoke and disappear from the world. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and breathed in the waning moon high in the sky. As he breathed in and out, his body glowed. This was the light of the immortal spirit, the light of the great Tao. It was a sign that Yi Xian was gradually moving towards the late stage of the tribulation stage. Time flew by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. And in these 3 months, young Gu Beichen had undergone extremely terrifying changes. Relying on his inner hatred and willpower, the young man finally cultivated to the first level of the blood demon scripture. It was also at this moment that his body was completely transformed. His originally broken body became round and flawless under the blood demon scripture's restoration. However, the cruel training had not ended. Instead, it had just begun. Chapter 149. At sunrise, Yi Xian held a willow whip in his hand and lashed the young man viciously. Every time the whip landed, the young man's skin would split open. The bloody whip marks were all over the young man's body. This was not the end. Yi Xian made the young man struggle to lift a 250-pound rock and run in the forest. If the young man ran too slowly, the willow whip in his hand would fall mercilessly on him. At noon, the young man held the huge rock in his hand and let the 1,000-foot waterfall wash over him. The painful torture almost drove the young man crazy. In the afternoon, Yi Xian threw the young man into the valley. There were poisonous insects and ferocious beasts everywhere. He fought for his life and suffered unimaginable torture. But the cruel torture was not over. When the young man was on the verge of death, night fell. Yi Xian brought him out of the valley and lashed him viciously like a whip. The young man cried out in pain and begged Yi Xian for mercy, but Yi Xian did not show any mercy. At night, under Yi Xian's cruel torture, the young man endured his physical and mental exhaustion and cultivated the blood magic scripture under the moonlight. The days passed one by one. Gu Beichen went from crying and begging for mercy to enduring silently. It was as if he had slowly gotten used to this life and death training. Even his clear and innocent eyes gradually became sinister and cold. The huge rock on Gu Beichen's back increased from 250 pound to 500 pound, then to 250 pound, and finally to 10,000 pound. The 1,000-foot waterfall could no longer cause any harm to the young man's body. The battle with the poisonous insects and ferocious beasts was also reversed. Countless ferocious beasts were torn in half by the young man. He was covered in blood and walked out of the valley alone with a cold aura. The blood magic scripture, level 1, level 2, level 3. It was only when the young man reached level 7 that his terrifying cultivation speed slowed down. In just 3 short months, the once kind-hearted young man had gradually become ruthless under the hellish training. His cultivation had even reached Xiantian realm level 9. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Xiantian realm and becoming one of the strongest people in the world. If this cultivation speed was spread to the outside world, it would shock everyone. But in Yi Xian's eyes, Gu Beichen's cultivation speed was not satisfactory. The rolling hills rose and fell as a small stream flowed. Beside the stream, Gu Beichen and Yi Xian stood opposite each other. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. "You're really a good-for-nothing. It's been 3 months and you still haven't broken through to the Xiantian realm," Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian, suddenly, Gu Beichen laughed coldly as he looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with an extremely terrifying killing intent. "But, it's enough to kill you." Roar. Gu Beichen roared like a ferocious beast. He broke through to Xiantian realm level 9 in an instant. It was obvious that he had been hiding his cultivation level for a long time. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop. Gu Beichen's body blossomed with a resplendent bloody light as a pair of bloody hands violently grabbed towards Yi Xian's heart. From the looks of it, he simply wanted to take Yi Xian's life. "Yi Xian, today is the day you die. Go to hell." Gu Beichen laughed sinisterly. He no longer looked like a kind-hearted young man. It was as if he had turned into a killing machine. His eyes were filled with cruelty and satisfaction. Suddenly, a translucent, jade-like palm appeared before Gu Beichen's eyes. His eyes widened in horror. Ka-cha. The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally ear-piercing. Gu Beichen's sternum caved in and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xian's expression was cruel and cold. He walked slowly towards Gu Beichen until he was beside the young man. His wide feet stepped on the young man's face, grinding it with force. He said coldly, "Not bad. You actually learned how to endure. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're still just a piece of trash. I know you hate me, but it doesn't matter. As long as you can surpass me, you can attack me at any time. But remember, this is the first time. I can spare your life, but when you attack me a second time, think carefully. If you can't kill me, you'll become a corpse. Do you remember?" Yi Xian said coldly. I remember." The young man, Gu Beichen, looked humiliated and hateful. Piak. The willow whip flew through the air and landed on the young man's body. "Louder, I can't hear you." Yi Xian shouted. "I remember." Gu Beichen howled in pain. Piak, piak, piak. Yi Xian's expression was cold and emotionless. The willow whip in his hand landed on the young man, causing him to groan in pain. His twisted face showed how much pain he was in. Obviously, the willow whip in Yi Xian's hand was no ordinary whip. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such pain to the young man. This is a lesson. I hope you remember it. Get up now and leave this place with me. Yi Xian said coldly. He then put away the willow whip and walked out of the mountain. Capital City. It had been a year since Yi Xian disappeared. Not only was the Wu an agency looking for Yi Xian, but the father and son of the Yi family also sent people all over the world to find out about Yi Xian's whereabouts. Mama Yi, Yi Ling, and the rest couldn't sleep. They were afraid that Yi Xian would be in danger. In this year, the number of beasts in the world grew. What made people even more fearful was that the beast crisis had not been resolved. Some mysterious blood souls were wreaking havoc all over the world. If mutated beasts were enough to make humans feel uneasy, then these blood souls would simply make humans all over the world panic. This was because these blood souls were unpredictable, and ancient martial ability users were simply unable to kill these monsters. Countless humans had been slaughtered by the blood souls, causing humans all over the world to fall into extreme panic. At this time of global crisis, a piece of news spread to Capital City and caused a huge shock to the people of Xia country. In a small country like Japan, a cultivator from Japan had appeared out of nowhere. He held on to the Muramasa demon blade and was currently crossing the ocean toward Xia country. He had even sent out an invitation, hoping to experience the charm of Xia country's martial arts and use this opportunity to verify his cultivation. When such words spread to Xia country, it immediately caused the people of Xia country to be furious. This was because there was a hatred between the two countries that couldn't be washed away. This was simply a blatant provocation. And when this news spread, all the countries in the world focused their attention on Xia country's capital, wanting to watch a good show. At the same time, on the bustling streets of Capital City, Yi Xian was strolling forward. The young man, Gu Beichen, followed behind him with a cold expression. The two of them were heading in the direction of the Yi family compound. Chapter 150. In the Yi family's courtyard. It was early in the morning and the sound of martial arts training could be heard from the Yi family's courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, Yi Ping and Yi Ling were practicing with each other, surrounded by many martial artists. Second brother, your eagle claw technique is really powerful, Yi Ling said with a smile. Little sister, don't praise me. You haven't used your true jade sword technique yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be your opponent, Yi Ping said with a bitter smile. Ah, if only Big Brother was here. With his martial arts, he would definitely teach us a lot of powerful things. Yi Ling sighed. Okay, little sister, Big Brother's cultivation is peerless. He will definitely be fine. He will come back sooner or later, Yi Ping comforted. Ling, it's time to eat. Mrs. Yi walked out of the inner hall and was calling for her son and daughter. She also let the siblings quickly enter the inner hall. Father, mother, grandfather. As the siblings entered the inner hall, they greeted them one by one, making the father and son of the Yi family look relieved. They hurriedly asked the siblings to sit down and eat. A year was enough to change a lot of things. Clearly, the meticulous care of the father and son of the Yi family in the past year had also caused some things to change greatly. Ah, if only Yi Xian was here. Then, our family would be really reunited. Yi Canghai sighed. At the mention of Yi Xian, a trace of sadness flashed across Mrs. Ye's eyes, and Yi Canghai's expression was also complicated. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Breakfast was in progress. The food was luxurious and exquisite, and there were several servants serving around. Ling, you have been practicing martial arts every day. You should eat more. Yi Canghai picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Yi Ling's bowl, smiling dotingly. Thank you, grandfather, Yi Ling said obediently. Qiuyun, your body isn't well. You should eat more. Yi Canghai said softly. Mother Yi nodded but didn't say anything. The breakfast was passed with a strong sense of kinship, and there were even sounds of laughter from time to time. Ah! All of a sudden. A voice sounded, and two figures quietly appeared in the inner hall, making the faces of the martial artists guarding the Yi family change. Audacious! Who dares to trespass into the Yi clan? Before they could do anything, a cry of surprise rang out from Yi Ling's mouth. Big Brother? Xian. Xian. Yi Xian. In the inner hall, the father and son of the Yi family stood up in surprise. Mother Yi and the others were even more excited. They quickly walked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he silently watched the scene before him. A trace of self-mockery flashed across his eyes. Mom, it looks like you've already forgiven the Yi family, Yi Xian said softly. Yi Xian's words stunned Mama Yi. How could she not know what Yi Xian was thinking? This also made Mama Ye's expression extremely complicated. Big Brother, you haven't been at home for the past year. It's all thanks to Grandpa and Father's care that little sister and Mother's health recovered so quickly. Besides, Grandpa and Father already know their mistakes. Let's just let bygones be bygones, Yi Ping comforted in a trembling voice. Let bygones be bygones. Yi Xian looked deeply at Mama Yi. His voice was calm as he said, Mom, do you still remember how much you've suffered in the past 10 years? Do you really intend to forgive them? Xian, I. Mama Ye's expression was complicated, and she didn't know what to say. After a full 10 breaths, Mama Yi smiled sadly and said, Xian, I know you have hatred in your heart, but Ling, and Ping, are still young. Yi Canghai is their biological father after all, I. At this point, Mama Yi couldn't continue. Big Brother, let's be happy as a family. Let's forget those unhappy things of the past, Yi Ling, interrupted at the right time. Shut up. Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression was cold as he roared at Yi Ling, This also made Yi Ling, bite her lips tightly, and tears appeared in her eyes. This was because she had never seen Yi Xian get angry at her. This also made her feel extremely unfamiliar with Yi Xian. Mom, do you still remember? Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. His voice was even calmer as he said, When I was 5 years old, you dragged me and my little brother and sister out of the Yi clan. That day, it was snowy and cold. It was you who told me that from then on, I would never have any contact with the Yi clan. When I was 14 years old, I was suffering from a terminal illness and was bedridden. It was this so-called Yi Hao who sent someone to bring me a letter, telling me to fend for myself. At that time, you were heartbroken and weeping helplessly. Do you still remember? Yi Xian's fists were clenched, but he was smiling. However, his smile was full of bitterness. I know I was wrong. Yi Hao's face was bitter, and even his voice was trembling. Yi Hai was stunned speechless. He never thought that his son would be so heartless. This also made Yi Hai finally understand why Yi Xian had never forgiven him and his son. Bang! Suddenly, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Yi Xian knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to his mother. This also made Mother Yi look at Yi Xian in a daze. A line of clear tears slowly flowed from her eyes, as if she felt that something extremely important was leaving her. Mom, you gave birth to me and raised me. In this lifetime, Yi Xian will never be able to repay you. However, today, your son will have to say goodbye to you and pursue the endless Tongtian path of immortality. From now on, you and I may never see each other again. Your son has let you down in this lifetime, so I will kowtow to you here. Yi Xian kowtowed 18 times in a row, then suddenly stood up and looked at Yi Xian and Yi Xian. His voice was calm as he said, "As a son, I cannot be filial to my mother. This is my life's greatest regret. If one day I find out that you did not treat my mother well, I, Yi Xian, will exterminate your entire Yi clan and never reincarnate." After saying this, Yi Xian deeply imprinted his mother's face into his mind. Then, he abruptly turned around and strode out of the Yi clan's residence. Xian, Mother Ye's sobbing voice suddenly came from behind Yi Xian. It also made Yi Xian's footsteps stop. However, he forced himself not to turn around. Only a lonely and bleak voice came from his mouth. "Mom, I'm sorry. In the end, I don't belong to this mortal world. I really have to pursue the Tongtian path of immortality." Yi Xian's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Gu Beichen silently followed behind him until the 2 of them disappeared from the Yi clan's residence. It was as if they had never appeared in the Yi clan's residence. In the bustling city, the clamor of the people could not drown out the sadness in Yi Xian's heart. Actually, Mother Yi and the rest did not know that Yi Xian had returned to the Yi clan today to bring Mother Yi and the rest back to Jiangnan. Yi Xian had already thought it through. As a son, he had to be filial to his mother. It was just a short 100 years, so he could still afford to wait. However, when he saw the Yi clan's father and son, Mother Yi, and little sister happily eating breakfast, he finally understood something. Chapter 151. The father and son of the Yi family, his younger siblings, and of course, Yi Xian's mother. When they could sit together and have breakfast together, this was a complete family. Even though he had never forgiven the father and son of the Yi family, familial ties were something that could not be changed. This made his mother and sister forgive the Yi family. It was also at that moment that Yi Xian finally understood. Actually, wasn't this good? Although he had not been by his mother's side for a year, his younger siblings were filial to his mother, and the father and son of the Yi family were even more caring. His mother could also live a happy life. Perhaps, the only regret was that Yi Xian could not be by his mother's side and be filial to her. This was not only Mother Ye's sorrow, but also Yi Xian's regret. At this moment, Yi Xian could not help but think of a saying, "There is no way to have it both ways in this world." This sentence fully explained Yi Xian's current situation. His heart was like heaven and earth, and all rivers flowed into the sea. Yi Xian smiled. He was truly freed from his familial ties. Perhaps this was the best outcome for him. The Tongtian Dao was right in front of him. He had completely let go of himself. From now on, he would be like a fish in the vast sea and a bird in the sky. The fetters of familial ties no longer existed. He would advance step by step until he stepped into the 9 heavens and looked down on all life. Yi Xian, you're indeed more ruthless than me. You can even give up on your family. I have to say I'm impressed. Gu Beichen sneered. Smack. A willow whip whizzed down and directly whipped Gu Beichen to the ground, causing him to groan. You need to call me Mr. Yi, not my real name. If there's a next time, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to be separated from one's bones and tendons. Yi Xian smiled slightly, causing Gu Beichen to glare hatefully at him. Then, he quickly got up from the ground and did not say another word. Wuan Agency, meeting room. Yi Xian sat at the head of the table while Yi Xian stood behind him. Fatso Huang excitedly reported to Yi Xian about the underworld's development over the past year. Sir, all of the Grim Reaper's personal guards have stepped into the innate realm, while the other 3 groups have already left for various parts of the world. Just the peripheral members of the Mansion of the Dead alone already number 30,000 people in the world. Very good. You did well. Yi Xian nodded slowly. After receiving Yi Xian's praise, Fatso Huang smiled obsequiously. He glanced at Gu Beichen from the corner of his eye and said, since this little brother is following you, I'm sure you're not an ordinary person. May I know your name? Humph. Gu Beichen scoffed coldly. He was extremely disdainful of Fatso Huang's fawning attitude towards Yi Xian. Naturally, he could not be bothered with this person. Beichen, from now on, you will listen to Fatso Huang. You will do whatever he wants you to do. Do you hear me? Yi Xian said softly. What? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Gu Beichen's expression changed. He said, Mr. Yi, are you mistaken? This damn Fatso is only at the innate realm. Why should I listen to him? Ha! Yi Xian laughed coldly and said, do you believe that even if he's at the innate realm, killing you will be as easy as flipping his hand? Him. Gu Beichen laughed contemptuously. He did not take Fatso Huang seriously at all. After all, he had undergone 3 months of hellish training. He was no longer the weak youth of the past. Fatso Huang, it's up to you whether you can make this kid listen to you or not. Yi Xian laughed mockingly. Mr. Yi, don't make fun of me. How can I be a match for this little brother? You really think too highly of me. Fatso Huang kept bowing to Yi Xian and praising Gu Beichen. His extremely humble attitude made the contempt in Gu Beichen's eyes thicken. However, he did not realize that Fatso Huang was secretly taking 3 steps closer to him. Little brother, you will be my big brother in the future. As long as you command, I will definitely obey. At this moment, Fatso Huang had already arrived in front of Gu Beichen. He even bowed respectfully. The fawning smile on his face was reflected in Gu Beichen's eyes. That's enough. Someone like you, suddenly, without waiting for Gu Beichen to finish speaking, Fatso Huang was still smiling fawningly. However, a blue dagger had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Before Gu Beichen could react, the dagger was suddenly pressed against his throat. This dagger is made from century-old cold iron. The blade is smeared with the world's most poisonous poison. If I cut your skin a little, you will die tragically on the spot. Do you believe me? Fatso Huang's fawning smile was no longer there. His face was filled with viciousness and malevolence. This made Gu Beichen's expression change drastically. He was completely stunned and speechless. Arrogant and conceited at such a young age. Today, I am the one who attacked you. If it were an outsider, wouldn't they have died in the other party's hands? Fatso Huang slowly withdrew his dagger and said coldly. You, shameless. You. This was a sneak attack. Facing Fatso Huang's reprimand, Gu Beichen roared indignantly. Idiot. In this world, the winner takes all. Only the living are strong. Who would care about a dead person? Fatso Huang sneered disdainfully and retreated to Yi Xian's side. Gu Beichen, remember this. Unless you have invincible power that can crush all schemes, the human heart is the most terrifying thing. Don't look down on any small fry. Perhaps it is these small fry that can make you die a horrible death. Although you have broken through to the innate stage, you still have a lot to learn. I believe that Fatso Huang can help you understand this world. Follow him. Only when you have learned all of Fatso Huang's abilities can you truly be of use to me. Yi Xian said coldly and waved his hand, instructing Fatso Huang to take Gu Beichen away. At this moment, the various team leaders of the Wu and department were already walking towards the meeting room. Mr. Yi, you're finally back. Tian Yu had just stepped into the meeting room when he hurriedly bowed to Yi Xian. The other team leaders did not dare to slight Yi Xian as well. They all knew how terrifying Yi Xian was. How could they not be respectful towards him? Tell me what happened in the past year. Yi Xian said softly. Mr. Yi, in the year that you disappeared, following Tian Yu's narration, Yi Xian finally understood the situation in the outside world. Firstly, there was an outbreak of mutated beasts all over the world. The blood souls were ruthlessly devouring humans. This was especially so in the Western countries. In the East, other than Xia country, which was still relatively peaceful, the other neighboring countries were also having a hard time because of the blood-soul mutated beasts. In the midst of Tian Yu's narration, Yi Xian also heard of something. A Japanese martial artist had already arrived in Xia country. He was even challenging famous martial artists all over the country. But after a series of challenges, no one was a match for him. This Japanese martial artist was currently rushing towards the capital. Sword God Yi Lingtian had even accepted his challenge. The two of them were about to engage in a world-shattering battle in the capital. And this battle was being watched by the entire world. Don't mention such trivial matters. I'm not interested in knowing. Without waiting for Tian Yu to continue, Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted him. You mentioned that some mysterious forces have suddenly appeared all over the world. Do you have any leads on these forces? Yi Xian asked curiously. Mr. Yi, according to the intelligence, there are extremely mysterious forces spreading among the people all over the world. These forces' roots are unknown, but they keep absorbing mortals and even teach them some cultivation methods. Coincidentally, I happen to obtain a basic cultivation method. Please take a look, Mr. Yi. As Tian Yu spoke, he handed a book over to Yi Xian, allowing Yi Xian to flip through it casually. After a full 10 breaths of time, when Yi Xian closed the book, his expression gradually became strange. This was because he discovered something extremely interesting. Chapter 152. The book in Yi Xian's hand wasn't a martial arts cultivation method at all. It was a low-level qi refinement technique that was modified from a low-level qi refinement technique. There was even a method to devour blood energy. It was obviously something that came from a terrifying blood soul. Yi Xian clearly remembered that there were millions of blood souls that had escaped from the Blood Sea battlefield. Many of them were terrifying existences. They were high and mighty immortals when they were alive. Although they had fallen in the ancient war and their remnant souls were suppressed under the Blood Sea, they were still existences that could not be underestimated. Yi Xian deeply understood that the remnant souls of these immortals were not something that ordinary blood souls could compare to. They were extremely intelligent and could still vaguely remember what had happened when they were alive. They hid in the human world and constantly devoured the essence of blood souls. Their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. If this went on for a long time, their cultivation would gradually recover. At that time, the people of this world would be plunged into misery and suffering. This cultivation method was obviously passed down by one of the remnant souls of these immortals. But why did they do this? Yi Xian gradually fell into deep thought. A strange light appeared in his eyes. Clearly, Tian Yu and the others had not realized the true horror of the remnant souls of immortals. This game is getting more and more interesting. I hope you all can surface as soon as possible. Let me see what kind of terrifying means the immortals of the Earth Immortal world had. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with excitement as he murmured. It was no wonder that Yi Xian was so excited. If he could devour these remnant souls of immortals, his cultivation would have a qualitative improvement. It would not be impossible for him to quickly break through to the late stage of the tribulation stage and usher in the immortal ascension tribulation. Most importantly, Yi Xian clearly remembered that in the Blood Sea battlefield, these remnant souls of immortals had told Yi Xian that they had been killed by the primogenitor demon. They also told Yi Xian that the Immortal Sutra was a demonic sutra. How did the ancient war start? Who was the primogenitor demon? What kind of conspiracy did Yuan Ling have against him? Perhaps he could find the answers to all these mysteries from these remnant souls of immortals. After all, they more or less had some memories of their lives and could provide him with many clues. Mr. Yi, what did you say? Tian Yu asked. Tian Yu's voice jolted Yi Xian awake from his thoughts. After that, he smiled, you have done well. If there's any news regarding this, you must inform me at the first instant. A hint of surprise flashed across Tian Yu's eyes. Why didn't Mr. Yi pay attention to the blood soul beasts all over the world, nor did he care about the battle between the Japanese martial artists and sword god Yi? Instead, he cared about such a small matter. Although Tian Yu did not understand, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. This allowed him to suppress the doubts in his heart. He bowed to Yi Xian and asked, yes, Mr. Yi. What do you plan to do next? Jingdu is not a place for me to stay. I will return to Jiangnan City. If you have any clues about these mysterious forces, you can send someone to Jiangnan City to find me. After saying this, Yi Xian stood up and walked out of the meeting room. This caused Tian Yu to be stunned. He hurriedly called out to Yi Xian and said, Mr. Yi, don't tell me you're not going to watch the competition between sword god Yi and the Japanese? Heh. Yi Xian smiled disdainfully and said calmly, a battle between two ants can't arouse my interest. As Yi Xian's words entered their ears, not only was Tian Yu stunned, but the expressions of the other team leaders changed drastically. They looked at Yi Xian in shock. Although they knew that Yi Xian was very strong and had killed Li Huantian before destroying the heavenly saber god, Yi Lingtian's cultivation was much stronger than those two. Could it be that he wasn't a match for Mr. Yi? Although everyone had the same thought, they did not dare to ask. They watched as Yi Xian left the meeting room. Jingdu Airport. A private plane flying to Jiangnan City was parked there. A large Zhua character was printed on the fuselage. As the cabin door opened, Yi Xian boarded the plane with Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen. At the same time, on the other side of Jingdu Airport, another private plane landed. As the cabin door opened, a large number of bodyguards walked out of the cabin door. Countless reporters waited anxiously under the plane. When a Japanese martial artist walked out of the cabin door, many reporters took photos of him. Muramasa Haoyue, known as the Japanese martial god, was the strongest person in Japan. He once held the demon blade Muramasa and cut a terrifying sea beast into two with a slash. Since then, he had become famous. He had a handsome face like a young man. His black hair fell behind his head and he held a long and narrow blade in his arms. However, the blade was wrapped in a large amount of black cloth, preventing people from seeing the true appearance of the blade. It was obvious that the blade was the legendary demon blade Muramasa. Mr. Muramasa Haoyue, you're only 30 years old this year. Sword god Yi was the second strongest person in Xia country 100 years ago. Do you really think you can defeat sword god Yi? A reporter asked a sensitive question directly. Tortoise has lived for a long time, but do you think he's a match for me? Muramasa Haoyue spoke in fluent Chinese. Although his voice was calm, the meaning behind his words immediately caused an uproar among a large number of reporters. They aimed their cameras at him and broadcasted his speech to the various major television stations. The sky was clear and white clouds floated in the sky. Yi Xian looked out of the window with his eyes drifting. He was in a daze. After leaving Jingdu Airport today, he might never see his family again. This was his choice, but it also made him feel regretful. The only thing that comforted Yi Xian was that his mother had a son and a daughter by her side. This was not the worst outcome. Yi Xian held a glass of red wine and took a few sips from time to time. He frowned slightly and put the wine aside. Clearly, he was not used to drinking such a famous Western wine. Jiangnan Airport. Hundreds of luxurious cars were parked there. Thousands of men in black lined up in a row. Ordinary people were separated by yellow lines and were not allowed to step into the yellow lines. Fully armed and heavily guarded, there were a large number of patrolling soldiers with rifles patrolling around the airport. It looked like a big shot was coming to Jiangnan City, which was why such a scene appeared. The people of Jiangnan City were talking about it and watching from a distance. Everyone was surprised because they had never seen such a scene. Even a fool could see that a big shot was coming to Jiangnan City in a while. In the Jiangnan airport, Zhuo Junting was wearing a long black dress. The three teams of the Mansion of the Dead were all dressed in black. Thousands of bodyguards in black stood tall and straight like pine trees. Every one of them looked solemn and respectful. "He's here," Zhuo Junting said in a low voice. In the distant sky, a plane was slowly descending toward Jiangnan Airport with a loud whistle. As the private plane came to a stop, the cabin door opened quickly. A slender figure appeared in Zhuo Junting's eyes. "Welcome back to Jiangnan, Mr. Yi." Zhuo Junting bowed. The thousands of bodyguards in black behind her bowed as well. They even shouted Yi Xian's name loudly, deafening the entire airport. Chapter 153. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Xian was slightly startled. He didn't expect Zhuo Junting to set up such a grand ceremony to welcome him. It was obvious that his return to Jiangnan was extremely important to this woman. "Junting, thank you for your hard work." Yi Xian nodded slowly. "This is what I should do." Zhuo Junting said respectfully, not daring to be complacent. A luxurious car drove over. Zhuo Junting opened the door and invited Yi Xian in. Then, a large number of black cars cleared the way. Yi Xian and his group slowly left the airport. However, the people near the airport were all guessing Yi Xian's identity. Qingyun Villa. This was a super villa. Whether you could imagine it or not, this super villa had everything you could wish for. This super villa took a full year to build and was personally supervised by Zhuo Junting. No one knew who the owner of this villa was. This made the outside world speculate why Zhuo Junting, who was known as the poisonous Rakshasa, would spend such a huge amount of money to build such a luxurious villa. Today, Qingyun Villa welcomed its true owner. Accompanied by Zhuo Junting and the rest, Yi Xian took a brief tour of Qingyun Villa. This made him nod his head in satisfaction. Whether it was the modern facilities or the layout of the house, Qingyun Villa could be said to be perfect. From this, it could be seen how much importance Zhuo Junting placed on Yi Xian. In the living room, Yi Xian leaned lazily on the soft sofa. Zhuo Junting and the rest bowed to his left and right. Zhuo Junting pushed a document in front of Yi Xian and said with a slightly ashamed expression, "Mr. Yi, this is the distribution map of the strange beasts that appeared in various parts of the Xia kingdom. Most importantly, there is an extremely mysterious force that is rising in the northwest region. However, Junting is incompetent and didn't find any useful clues." Casually flipping open the document, Yi Xian flipped through it gently. After a full 10 minutes, Yi Xian closed the document and looked at Zhuo Junting. You did well. You also completed the task I gave you very well. Lord Ming, this is all the information on the Moore Group. After a year of cultivation, Viper, the team leader of the Dark Knight, had already stepped into Xiantian Realm Level 9. He respectfully passed a document to Yi Xian and stood with his hands by his side. Yi Xian flipped open the document and read it slowly. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, Sword Saint Sith. Do you want to avenge that trash, Ba Dao? And the Moore Corporation even spent tens of billions to place a bounty on my head? Mantu. Your subordinate is here. Steamed Bun knelt on one knee with a silly smile on his face, but he was waiting for Yi Xian's orders. Lead the Blood Fiend group and destroy the Moore Corporation. As for this Sword Saint Sith, have her entire family accompany her to hell. Yi Xian casually tossed the document to Mantu, causing him to laugh foolishly and say, this subordinate obeys. If one were to talk about who was the most bloodthirsty of the underworld's 4 great leaders, Steamed Bun would definitely be the one. Don't be fooled by the fact that Steamed Bun was always smiling foolishly. Steamed Bun was the most suitable person to deal with such matters. After Mantu left, the other 2 team leaders reported on the situation over the past year. After half a day, Yi Xian continuously issued various orders to get the mansion of the dead up and running. Zhuo Junting also made it clear to Yi Xian that she had already unified the underground forces in Jiangnan and was waiting for Yi Xian's orders at any time. The meeting ended. Everyone had a simple meal and then went their separate ways. Other than Zhuo Junting, who stayed in the Green Cloud Villa, Fatso Huang brought Gu Beichen to carry out some tasks that Yi Xian had assigned to him. The sun set and night fell. Yi Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked at the moon outside. His eyes were drifting, and no one knew what he was thinking. Sir, you should rest. Zhuo Junting's voice was soft and gentle with a hint of charm. Zhuo Junting was wearing a transparent pink veil covering her body, and her slender figure was faintly discernible under the veil. She was emitting an extremely seductive charm. Yi Xian snapped out of his thoughts. When he turned around and saw Zhuo Junting's attire, he frowned slightly. Apparently, he had already seen through her intentions. Junting, you're my subordinate. There's no need to do this. You can go back and rest, Yi Xian said softly. Junting knows that Sir doesn't like Junting, but the ancients say that food and sex are part of human nature. Sir, you're a man after all, and Junting is still a virgin. I'm willing to give my body to you. Please accept my blessings first. Zhuo Junting bit her lips and said. Yi Xian shook his head slowly. He was not moved by the beauty in front of him. Instead, he waved his hand and said, my heart isn't here at all. Go do what you need to do. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and returned to the house, leaving Zhuo Junting alone. She was slightly disappointed, but she had no choice but to put on her clothes and leave the Green Cloud Villa. In the house, Yi Xian sat cross-legged. A helpless smile appeared on his face. It was not that Yi Xian was not lustful. He was a man after all. It was just that he did not have any feelings for Zhuo Junting. Even if he wanted her body, it was just to vent his male desires. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't do something like this that was purely to vent his desires. After all, his mental fortitude was extremely terrifying. Sitting cross-legged, a misty blood light bloomed around him. Yi Xian quietly entered a state of cultivation. At the same time, the duel between the Japanese warrior Muramasa Haoyue and the nation protector sword god Yi Lingtian also took place in Kyoto. The whole world was watching. All the major forces were present. This was because this was a battle between 2 top warriors. It would definitely be recorded in the annals of human history. Everyone wanted to witness this scene personally. Under the anticipation of everyone, the 2 top warriors signed a life and death contract. When the battle began, everyone was shocked. This was because the battle was unimaginably fast. 1 slash. It was just 1 slash. When Muramasa Haoyue revealed his demon blade, the monstrous black blade beam released a ghostly howl. Yi Lingtian could not even block a single slash. The divine sword that had accompanied him for 100 years also turned into cold stars that filled the sky. Yi Lingtian was defeated. It was a crushing defeat. A crushing defeat. This crushing defeat was broadcasted live by various television stations. It made the people of the Xia kingdom even more speechless. The Century Protector Sword God, a martial arts expert that stood at the peak of the Xia kingdom, had actually been defeated by a young man like Muramasa Haoyue. The world was in an uproar. The people of the Xia kingdom could not accept this fact. However, they saw from the live broadcast that Yi Lingtian's divine sword had shattered and his chest was stained with blood. He had indeed been defeated by Muramasa Haoyue. This is your nation protector sword god. He was no match for 1 slash of mine. In my opinion, why don't you give me the title of nation protector sword god? From now on, I, Muramasa Haoyue, will protect the Xia kingdom. In the arena, Muramasa Haoyue smiled contemptuously. His words made the people of the Xia kingdom extremely angry. However, none of the warriors present went up. After all, even Yi Lingtian had been defeated. How could they be a match for Muramasa Haoyue? Chapter 154. Kill me if you can. Yi Lingtian was the second most powerful man in the world 100 years ago, known as the Lingtian sword god and revered by the world. However, such a person was defeated by a foreign junior. This made Yi Lingtian feel extremely ashamed. You've already lost to me. You don't deserve to die under Muramasa's demon blade. Get lost. Muramasa Haoyue smiled disdainfully. Then, he looked at the warriors of Xia and said, even your sword god has been defeated by me. From now on, I, Muramasa Haoyue, will be the leader of the ancient martial arts world in Xia. I don't think anyone has any objections, right? So what if you've defeated Yi Lingtian? Xia still has Mr. Yi Xian, Taoist Su Changsen, and Buddhist Mok Kasayapa. You're just a warrior from a small country. How dare you speak so arrogantly, a warrior retorted loudly. That's right. Putting aside the fact that Buddhism and Taoism have a long history and are the mainstays of Xia, Mr. Yi Xian has repelled the beast tide. With his unparalleled cultivation, killing you is as easy as killing a chicken, another warrior roared. Yi Xian. Muramasa Haoyue murmured. Then, he smiled disdainfully and said, I've heard of this person. He's younger than me, but his cultivation is indeed extraordinary. At this point, Muramasa Haoyue smiled coldly at the cameras of all the major television stations and continued, but so what? A mere Yi Xian is no match for me. Today, I've come to Xia to tell all of you that I, Muramasa Haoyue, will be the #1 expert of the East. If Yi Xian refuses to accept it, he can come and challenge me. When this scene was broadcast live on television to the people of Xia, it immediately caused a lot of anger. The warriors present were flushed. They did not expect Muramasa Haoyue to be so ambitious. Not only did he defeat and humiliate Yi Lingtian, but he also wanted the title of the #1 expert of the East. What was the #1 expert of the East? The #1 expert of the East was the supreme martial artist of the East. No one could defeat him. Ha, with just you. A woman strolled into the arena and looked at Muramasa Haoyue with disgust. Ling Long, get down quickly. You are not his match. There was blood at the corner of Yi Lingtian's mouth, but when he saw Exquisite enter the arena, he still cried out in alarm. He was afraid that Exquisite would be killed by Muramasa Haoyue. Who are you? Do you want to challenge me too? Muramasa Haoyue's eyes lit up as he looked at her exquisite, childish face and huge breasts. A strong desire appeared in his eyes. I admit that I'm no match for you, but you slandered my master. I won't allow you to spout nonsense here, Ling Long said sternly. Who is your husband? Yi Xian. As the two of them exchanged questions and answers, cries of surprise could be heard from below the stage. This was because even though Yi Xian's battle records were few, he had never been defeated. Everyone knew just how powerful Yi Xian's cultivation was. Yi Xian. At the mention of this name again, Muramasa Haoyue narrowed his eyes and sized up Ling Long. He said, I like you very much. Why don't you and I make a bet? If I defeat Yi Xian, you will become my woman. How about that? With just you? You are still no match for my master. But let me remind you, if you really go to my master, I'm afraid you will die without a burial ground, Ling Long sneered. You are an interesting woman. It seems that you are very confident in him. But this is good. When I defeat him, you will know who is the real strong one, Muramasa Haoyue said with narrowed eyes. A duel between two top cultivators ended with a strong start and a weak finish. It also showed the world how terrifying Muramasa Haoyue was. However, this wasn't the end. Under the anticipation of everyone, Muramasa Haoyue left the capital and headed in the direction of Jiangnan City. He even let out word to the outside world that the so-called Yi Xian wasn't his match at all. Jingdu First Hospital. Yi Lingtian's face was pale. The knife wound on his chest was extremely terrifying. A large number of doctors were treating Yi Lingtian's wound. Azure Dragon and Ling Long stood beside him, their faces pale. Ling Long, is Yi Xian really that strong? Is this the reason why you have always refused to acknowledge me as your master? Yi Lingtian's face was red as he said in a dissatisfied voice. Hearing Yi Lingtian's dissatisfied words, Ling Long's eyes flickered. She looked in the direction of Jiangnan City and said, Mr. Yi is really strong. You will never know how terrifying he is. This time, Muramasa Haoyue went to challenge him. He will only end up dead. That's right. I believe that Mr. Yi can defeat this person and become the top expert of the East. Azure Dragon nodded slowly. Ha! Suddenly, Yi Lingtian laughed wildly. As he laughed, he actually cried. The top expert of the East? What a joke, what a joke. Yi Lingtian stared at the two of them and said, I admit that I am no match for Muramasa Haoyue. But even if this Yi Xian can defeat this person, it is simply a joke if he wants to become the top expert of the East. Looking at Yi Lingtian's crazed appearance, Azure Dragon and Ling Long were stunned. They did not know why Yi Lingtian would say such a thing. The true top expert of the East does not even bother to set foot in the mortal world. 100 years ago, he had already stepped into the legendary realm of the path of immortality, searching for the method of immortality. Yi Lingtian's face was crazed as he roared, there is no road in heaven and earth, only I, the immortal Jew. These 8 words describe this person's life. He is a god, he is an immortal. Throughout the past 1,000 years, no one has been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Who is he? Looking at Yi Lingtian's crazed behavior, Azure Dragon asked in a trembling voice. The Great Oblivion Martial Juexian. Yi Lingtian roared in a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with crazed worship. Martial Juexian. Azure Dragon muttered to himself, his body trembling. He had only heard this name from his deceased master, and his expression was exactly the same as Yi Lingtian's at the moment. Azure Dragon still remembered his master's infatuated and crazed worship. Dong! Suddenly, Yi Lingtian staggered off the bed. Under Azure Dragon and Ling Long's horrified gaze, Yi Lingtian pushed open the door of the ward. He was already far away, but his crazed voice could be heard at this moment. My 100 years of fame has been destroyed, but it doesn't matter. As long as Martial Juexian is alive, no one in the world dares to call themselves the top expert of the East. Qingyun Villa, Jiangnan City. Yi Xian leaned lazily on the sofa, reading an ancient book in his hand. Fatso Huang and Jun Ting stood on either side of him, constantly reporting something to Yi Xian. Yi Lingtian lost? Yi Xian put down the ancient book and said calmly. Yes, sir. And this Muramasa Haoyue is on his way to Jiangnan. He even said that he would kill you with his sword, Fatso Huang said with a hint of mockery. According to the news from Japan, this Muramasa Haoyue's cultivation has just reached the innate stage. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to defeat Yi Lingtian, Jun Ting analyzed. Demon Blade Muramasa. Fatso Huang sneered. It's this demon blade that allowed Muramasa Haoyue to defeat Yi Lingtian. It wasn't his own strength. That's right. The demon blade Muramasa is one of Japan's divine weapons. Other than the Kusanagi sword that disappeared in history, this Muramasa is definitely not an ordinary weapon in the world, Jun Ting added. I wanted to have 2 days of peace, but someone kept disturbing me. Fatso Huang, I'll leave this person to you. Yi Xian picked up the ancient book again and read it. He didn't care about this so-called Muramasa Haoyue at all. Yes, sir. Fatso Huang laughed sinisterly and turned to leave. Although the demon blade Muramasa was extremely terrifying and was one of Japan's divine weapons, Fatso Huang still believed that this Muramasa Haoyue was no match for him when it came to dirty tricks. Chapter 155. Sir, all the major forces are paying attention to you. Don't you plan to do it yourself? Chua Junting asked. Yi Xian frowned. There are so many ants in the world. If I have to deal with all of them myself, what use do I have for you? Junting knows she was wrong. Chua Junting quickly knelt on the ground. She knew she had said something wrong. Get up. Yi Xian's voice was calm as he said, you have to remember that I raised you guys to help me get rid of these ants. Unless there's an enemy that you can't resist, I won't make a move. Junting will remember your teachings, Chua Junting said gently. Lianyin Mountains. The vast mountains connected the heavens and the earth. The undulating mountain range was like a dragon entrenched in the heavens and the earth. It made people feel small when they looked at it from afar. Yi Lingtian's clothes were tattered as he walked through the forest. His expression was one of madness and unwillingness. He followed the forest path to the peak of Lianyin Mountains. On the peak, there was a cold pond, a cottage, and a grave. There was nothing else. When Yi Lingtian reached the peak, he looked around in a daze, looking for the legendary figure. However, when he saw the grave on the peak, his expression changed drastically. He quickly walked toward the grave. There was a tombstone with the words, Dead Marshal Juexian. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Yi Lingtian growled. He could not believe that the person he admired all his life would be buried in a grave. I, Yi Lingtian, am not dead yet. How could Big Brother Juexian be buried in a grave? Yi Lingtian roared hoarsely. He could not believe this. Big Brother Juexian, please come out and meet me. Yi Lingtian looked around and shouted loudly. His voice echoed in the void from all directions. Unfortunately, no matter how Yi Lingtian called, there was no response from the peak of Lianyin Mountains. It was as if this was a graveyard where no living person lived. Big Brother Juexian, everyone will die in this world. However, I believe that you are still alive. Please come out and see me. Yi Lingtian's face was covered in tears. I have nothing to do with the mortal world anymore. Go back to where you came from. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice came from all directions. The voice was deep and ancient, as if it had crossed the barrier of time and space and entered Yi Lingtian's ears. Big Brother Juexian, you're still alive. Yi Lingtian roared with a trembling voice. He was extremely excited. Whine. The void swayed, and ripples spread out. A slender figure appeared high in the sky. His body was hazy and illusory, and there was an indescribable light slowly blooming around him. It gave people the feeling that the great Tao was simple. There are 8 sufferings in life: greed, anger and stupidity, resentment and hatred, separation from love, unattainable desires. You have anger and resentment in your heart. You are trapped by your own reputation and have already fallen into the unorthodox path. Why are you doing this? Wu Juexian sighed. Brother Juexian, Yi Lingtian's face was pale and his body was trembling. I understand why you are here. However, I am no longer involved with the mortal world. The matters of the world have nothing to do with me. You may leave. Wu Juexian sat cross-legged in the void, and the sound of martial Tao boomed in his body. Martial Tao thunder, breaking the world. Could it be? Could it be that Big Brother Juexian has finally broken through the shackles of heaven and earth and stepped into the Golden Core realm? Yi Lingtian asked in shock. Those above the Khanate stage were called land immortals. They could live up to 300 years. However, in the eyes of Yi Lingtian and the others, the land immortals were also called the foundation establishment stage. However, they had no spiritual qi to absorb and could only stagnate for the rest of their lives. Above the foundation establishment stage was the Golden Core stage. Wu Juexian had already stepped into this stage 100 years ago. Today, 100 years later, Wu Juexian's body was emitting martial Tao thunder. Could it be that his Golden Core stage was completed? Golden Core stage? Wu Juexian murmured. Then, he slowly shook his head and said, You are wrong. There is no spiritual qi in this world. How can I truly become an immortal cultivator? However, I, Wu Juexian, have cultivated for 100 years. Even though there is no spiritual qi in this world and the path to immortality has been cut off, I have walked a path that no one has walked before. My path is to enter the way through martial arts. I only cultivate myself and do not respect heaven and earth. As Wu Juexian's words fell, Yi Lingtian was stunned. Only a genius like Wu Juexian could walk his own path without being bound by heaven and earth. In this world, there was always a small group of people who were born extraordinary. They had great willpower and wisdom. They did not believe in fate and only believed in themselves. Wu Juexian was such a person. Big Brother Juexian, do you still remember? My martial arts cultivation was all taught by you. 100 years ago, you were invincible. No one in this world could defeat you. However, 100 years later, the world has forgotten your name. Are you really willing to accept this? Yi Lingtian asked in a trembling voice. He had no intention of leaving just like that. The world's false reputation is nothing to me. Even that old friend of mine from the West has been hiding in the Sage Palace for 100 years and has not come out. As the saying goes, no one in the mortal world is a match for me. Stepping into the mortal world for the sake of fame is not what I want, Wu Juexian said calmly. A hairpin appeared in Yi Lingtian's hand. He tossed it to Wu Juexian. Yi Lingtian trembled and said, Big Brother Juexian, do you still remember this hairpin? The hairpin was already yellowed. It was no more than an ordinary item, but it caused Wu Juexian's breathing to stop. That was because the hairpin in his hand was something he had personally given to a woman in the past. That woman was Yi Lingtian's older sister, and also his wife. Back then, in order to pursue the martial arts of the Tongtian, you cut off your family and your 6 desires. My sister died in grief. Do you still remember her? Yi Lingtian asked in a trembling voice. Wu Juexian's body trembled slightly, and the air around him exploded. He stared at the hairpin in his hand and then slowly closed his eyes. He said, Yi Lingtian, are you forcing me to come out of hiding? That's right, I'm forcing you, but I've never hated you, because you're the one who brought me onto this path of martial arts. You're the only family I have in this world. But I can't accept this. I can't accept being trampled under the feet of some younger generation. I want the world to know that even if I, Yi Lingtian, am defeated, my big brother, my sister's husband, is still the world's #1 expert. He's the domineering Marshal Juexian. He is also the man who dared to shout 100 years ago that there is no road in the world, only I am Juexian. Yi Lingtian screamed. His voice was filled with resentment and anger, and it made the air around him rumble, proving how emotional he was. Wu Juexian sat cross-legged in the air, silently watching Yi Lingtian. He breathed in slowly and exhaled slowly. He held the hairpin tightly in his hand, and a touch of sadness flashed across his eyes. Xian, I owe you so much in my life. Today, your brother is begging me with this hairpin. What do you want me to do? Wu Juexian murmured. After a dozen breaths of time, he stood up in the air and walked slowly toward Yi Lingtian. He said in a cold voice, Yi Lingtian, since you insist on forcing me, I will fulfill your wish. But from now on, there will be no more separation between us. If you come looking for me again, there will be such a mountain. Rumble. Wu Juexian turned his palm into a saber. When he slashed out, 1,000-foot-long saber light tore through space and cut a mountain in half. The broken mountain fell into the valley and let out a deafening boom. The horrifying scene left Yi Lingtian rooted to the ground, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Chapter 156. Jiangnan City was only a first-tier city in Xia country. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to big cities like Kyoto and Shanghai. However, Jiangnan City had suddenly become lively in the past few days. Ancient martial artists, adepts, and even Taoists and Buddhists came to Jiangnan City one after another. Furthermore, the reporters from the various television stations came one after another. They all wanted to see what would happen if Muramasa Haoyue came to challenge Yi Xian. The streets were empty and the crowd was in a frenzy. This battle had attracted the attention of the people of Xia country. This was because the national guardian sword god Yi Lingtian had been defeated by the Japanese. This was something that the people of Xia country could not accept. Muramasa Haoyue was dressed in a Japanese samurai uniform. He was accompanied by 2 servants as he walked towards Qingyun Lodge. Behind him, tens of thousands of people were following quickly. Among these people, there were Khanate stage warriors and even S-class ability users. There were important figures from various factions, famous people from the 3 worlds of the military, politics, and business, as well as ordinary people of Xia country. Naturally, there were also reporters from major television stations. There were all kinds of people from all walks of life. This battle affected the hearts of everyone in Xia country. This was because this was a battle of dignity for Xia country. If they lost to a warrior from a small country, how could Xia country establish itself in the world? Muramasa Haoyue smiled, but his smile was filled with disdain. He wanted to kill Yi Xian in front of everyone in Xia country. He wanted to let these stupid people know who was the top expert in the East. In front of Qingyun Lodge, Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen stood side by side. The 2 death gods' personal guards stood on both sides of the door. When the sound of heavy footsteps came from afar, Fatso Huang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He whispered to Gu Beichen, "Beichen, watch carefully. Watch how I kill this trash." Ha! Gu Beichen sneered. Fatso Huang, the opponent's weapon is the demon blade Muramasa. Even Yi Lingtian was defeated by him. Although you're despicable and scheming, I'd like to see how you'll explain to Mr. Yi if you fail. Heh, he's just a mere Japanese pirate. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Fatso Huang said savagely. While the 2 were talking, Muramasa Haoyue had already arrived in front of the Clear Sky Villa. It was also at this time that the reporters from various major TV stations took photos. All kinds of flashes were extremely dazzling, and there were even noises coming from the crowd. My master, Muramasa Haoyue, has come today to challenge Mr. Yi Xian. This is my master's letter of challenge. Mr. Yi Xian, please come out and fight. One of the servants had an arrogant look on his face as he threw the golden invitation at Fatty Huang. After receiving the letter of challenge, Fatso Huang smiled slightly. Under the cameras of major TV stations, he tore up the letter of challenge and threw it on the ground. This also made Haoyue Muramasa's face change slightly. He looked at Fatso Huang with a cold murderous look. How could a mere woku be worthy of my master's attention? Hua! Following Fatso Huang's words, an uproar came from the crowd. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Could it be that this Mr. Yi did not intend to accept Muramasa Haoyue's challenge? Yi Xian is only a so-so. It seems that he is just a person with an undeserved reputation. Muramasa Haoyue walked forward with large strides, the aura around his body was extremely cold. He even turned around and sneered at the many people of China. The dignified China actually has no one who is my match. Since this Yi Xian refuses to fight, then I'll personally tear down his clear sky pavilion and kill him under my blade. I'll let you foolish people of China experience the power of my Japanese martial artists. Humiliation, undisguised humiliation. When Muramasa Haoyue said these words, not only the people of China present, but even the people of China sitting in front of the TV, everyone's faces flushed red as anger rose in their hearts. Friend, please come out and fight, Mr. Yi. That's right. If even Mr. Yi avoids the battle, wouldn't all the countries in the world mock China for having no one? Mr. Yi, please fight. The crowd's emotions surged like waves. All sorts of pleading voices could be heard, and this also made Muramasa Haoyue sneer. He looked at Fatso Huang with an extremely mocking gaze. Everyone, please be quiet. Don't disturb my master's afternoon nap. Fatso Huang's expression turned cold. He knew very well that Yi Xian was currently taking a nap. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, wouldn't he be blamed by Yi Xian? Afternoon nap. This. A surprised voice came from the crowd. No one expected that Mr. Yi would still be taking a nap at such a critical moment. Humph, you're just putting on an act. Let me tear down your clear sky villa and see where this coward is hiding. Muramasa Haoyue said coldly. When he took a step forward, he suddenly appeared in front of the door. His surroundings were filled with violent aura. It was obvious that he was about to smash the door and force his way in. Little pirate, you're courting death. The corner of Fatso Huang's mouth curled into a sinister smile. A bloody light spread out from his body. His fleshy palm strangely turned into a pale green color, and a stench filled the air. Corpse poison palm. Fatso Huang suddenly slammed his palm towards Muramasa Haoyue. The terrifying absolute poison astral wind instantly enveloped this person, causing Muramasa Haoyue's expression to change greatly. His footsteps violently retreated. With a light flick of his sleeve, a gust of astral wind appeared, blowing the absolute poison astral wind that enveloped him into the distance. Sizzle. A terrifying scene appeared. 100-year-old tree in the distance was infected by the absolute poison astral wind. The tree instantly withered, and the green leaves turned yellow. In just a few breaths of time, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the 100-year-old tree turned into a pile of wood dregs. The terrifying scene was extremely shocking. What a sinister palm technique. The corner of Muramasa Haoyue's mouth twitched. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't retreated quickly, he would have definitely suffered a great loss from this sinister palm technique. At this moment, Muramasa Haoyue's arrogance was no longer there. He finally looked at Fatso Huang seriously. He slowly raised the Muramasa demon blade in his hand. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent as he looked at Fatso Huang. To be able to cultivate such a sinister palm technique, it seems that you are not a kind person. You are qualified to die under the Muramasa demon blade. The black cloth wrapped around the demonic blade slowly unraveled, and a dark, cold light slowly bloomed, causing the faint howls of ghosts to resound from all directions, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Be careful, this Muramasa demon blade is extremely evil. Sword God Yi was defeated by this blade. A Khanate realm warrior loudly reminded Fatso Huang, afraid that Fatso Huang didn't know the power of this blade. Muramasa demon blade? I'm afraid you can't use this blade, right? Fatso Huang smiled sinisterly. A smug look appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly attacked. A pair of pale green palms violently slammed towards Muramasa Haoyue. You are courting death. Muramasa Haoyue said coldly. He held the demon blade with both hands and suddenly raised it. It was as if he would kill Fatso Huang in the next moment. Chapter 157. Poof! Suddenly, without waiting for Muramasa Haoyue to slash out, his face suddenly turned pale green. A large amount of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The Muramasa demon blade in his hand fell to the ground at that moment. Die! Bang! Fatso Huang smiled cruelly. His corpse-poison palm suddenly slammed into Muramasa Haoyue's chest, knocking him to the ground. Muramasa Haoyue did not even have the strength to fight back. Such a scene completely stunned everyone present. No one expected that such a terrifying Muramasa Haoyue would be defeated by a nobody. Furthermore, this person was only Yi Xian's servant. Silence. Silence. Dead silence. Tens of thousands of citizens of the Great Xia were dead silent at that moment. It took a full 10 breaths of time before they let out a cheer. At that moment, Muramasa Haoyue's mouth could not stop bleeding. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Fatso Huang with eyes full of anger. You are so despicable. You actually poisoned me. Muramasa Haoyue roared. What a joke. What a joke. I am despicable and shameless, but you are no different from me. Don't forget that you were able to defeat Yi Ling Tian because of this Muramasa demon blade. Since you can rely on external objects to win, why can't I rely on poison to kill you? Fatso Huang sneered. As Fatso Huang's words fell, Muramasa Haoyue's face turned ashen. He wanted to refute loudly, but he did not know what to say when the words reached his mouth. Fine, fine, fine. Today, I, Muramasa Haoyue, admit defeat. However, you have to let me know why I lost. When did you poison me? Why didn't I feel anything at all? Muramasa Haoyue roared loudly. Clearly, he did not know why he had lost. Go to the King of Hell and ask for an answer. Fatso Huang walked over slowly. The smile on his face was extremely ferocious. Clearly, he did not intend to let Muramasa Haoyue's life go. This made Muramasa Haoyue's expression change drastically. He said, I have already admitted defeat. Do you still want to kill me? You're really stupid. Fatso Huang had already arrived in front of Haoyue Muramasa. He looked down at him and said, I never said that I was competing with you in martial arts. Since you dare to provoke my master, you should be prepared to die. Die. Under Muramasa Haoyue's horrified and desperate gaze, Fatso Huang chopped out with a karate chop, directly cutting off Muramasa Haoyue's head to the ground. The bleak and terrifying blood soaked the ground, making it look extremely terrifying. Cruel, sinister, ruthless, and merciless. This was the attitude that Fatso Huang displayed in front of everyone. It also allowed everyone to truly understand Fatso Huang at this moment. Some people were so frightened that their legs were trembling. Picking up the Muramasa demon's blade, Fatso Huang looked around at everyone present. Then, he smiled and said, "My master will not see any guests. I also hope that everyone will not come to disturb him in the future. Please leave." After saying this, Fatso Huang took the Muramasa demon's blade and strode towards the Qinyun villa. Muramasa Haoyue's 2 servants were already scared out of their wits. It was only when they saw the Muramasa demon's blade in Fatso Huang's hands that the 2 of them quickly regained their senses. "Wait, the Muramasa demon's blade is one of the divine protector weapons of Japan. Sir, please return it to us," one of the servants said with a trembling voice. "Heh, if you want to die, you can take back this blade." Fatso Huang turned around and smiled sinisterly. Immediately, the 2 servants' faces turned pale. After a moment of hesitation, they put away Muramasa Haoyue's corpse and quickly fled the place. At this moment, over 10,000 citizens of Xia country watched this scene in a daze. They never thought that Muramasa Haoyue would die in the hands of Yi Xian's servant. Moreover, even Japan's divine protector weapon, the Muramasa demon's blade, was taken away by Yi Xian's servant. What a powerful Fatso! Who exactly is he? I've seen this person once in the Wuanan agency. Back then, I only thought that he was an ordinary member. Now, it seems that he's a peerless expert. Bullshit. He clearly addressed Yi Xian as sir and has always regarded himself as a servant. In my opinion, this Mr. Yi is the most terrifying existence. All sorts of discussions were heard and the crowd gradually dispersed. However, Muramasa Haoyue's death made the citizens of Xia country very excited. In the Qinyun villa, Fatso Huang held the Muramasa demon's blade and bowed below Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. On the other hand, Gu Beichen looked puzzled as he stared at Fatso Huang. Until now, he still did not understand why Muramasa Haoyue would be poisoned and unable to use the Muramasa demon's blade. "Sir, Muramasa Haoyue has been killed by me on the spot. This is the Muramasa demon's blade. Please take a look." Fatso Huang's attitude was humble as he handed the Muramasa demon's blade to Yi Xian with both hands. You did well. I really didn't misjudge you." Yi Xian took the blade casually and narrowed his eyes. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes and then disappeared quietly. "Fatso Huang, you've been with me all day. When did you poison Muramasa Haoyue?" Gu Beichen finally could not hold back the doubts in his heart and asked Fatso Huang. Fatso Huang smiled and said, "Actually, this is all thanks to the Dark Knight group. If not for Viper giving me enough information, I wouldn't have been able to kill Muramasa Haoyue." "What information?" Gu Beichen asked. "Let me tell you." Viper walked forward and smiled. "When Muramasa Haoyue sent out the news of challenging Sir, Fatso Huang asked me to help him investigate this person's habits. After a few days of investigation, the Dark Knight group had thoroughly investigated this person's habits and preferences. Even if he went to the toilet a few times a day, it was all recorded in the documents." Fatso Huang smiled and said, "Through the documents that Viper gave me, I discovered something very interesting. Muramasa Haoyue likes to eat raw sashimi called blood zebra fish. Before I followed Mr. Yi, I was a doctor. I don't dare to say that I'm proficient in the art of medicine, but I still know a thing or two about this type of blood zebra fish. This blood zebra fish's meat is delicious and it's indeed not poisonous. However, if it's paired with blue grass, it's a type of poison in the world." As Fatso Huang said this, he looked at Gu Beichen and said, "Blue grass is extremely precious, but it's extremely easy for the underworld to find it. A few days ago, I transplanted a large amount of blue grass in front of Qinyun Villa. Muramasa Haoyue had eaten sashimi of the blood zebra fish on that day. When he smelled the fragrance of the blue grass, it had already triggered the poison." As Fatso Huang explained everything, Gu Beichen suddenly understood. He looked at Fatso Huang with a look of admiration. He finally understood why Yi Xian asked him to follow Fatso Huang. At this moment, Yi Xian smiled. He was very satisfied with the decision to establish the underworld. With Fatso Huang and the rest by his side, he could save a lot of trouble. This was also his original intention for establishing the underworld. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.